Hey, everybody, welcome to the third annual CSharpCorner Code Quality Conference. I didn't know that video was going to be that short. And I'm really excited to, bring this conference to you for the third time. This conference has been an idea of mine for actually a really long time. And because code quality sessions are one of the things I see missing from other conferences, especially the super big ones. And so I've always wanted to do this in person, but C Sharp Corner is allowing me to do it online, and so I'm really great. The last two conferences we've had has been watched by over 90,000. It has had over 90,000 views, which I think is awesome. So code quality is super important. So I'm glad some people are getting that and watching. And if you have watched the conference before, I'm glad you're back. If this is the first time, welcome. I hope you stick around and watch the whole thing. It's going to be an awesome day. We have lots of great speakers. We have lots of great sessions, and it's just going to be a day chock full of code quality, so you can take it back to your team and implement it so you can have better quality code and don't get called in the middle of the night to come fix something, right? Or the airlines don't go down or something like that. So anyway, welcome. I'm really excited, even though it's super early where I am. I want to bring up the Voice of Slum. If you guys have been following me, the Voice of Slum is super important, and I raise money and for the Voice of Slum. And so during this conference, I want to bring up the Voice of Slum. I hope that you will go and donate. There's the link right there. The two founders who run the Voice of Slum do an awesome job. That picture right there is me and Joe and Magnus, actually last October, when we visited the Voice of Slum and brought them computers that they needed and hung out with the kids. They sang some songs for us and I think some poems, if I'm correct. And it was really great to see them after being, shut down with COVID. I really missed going back and seeing the kids and seeing all the great work that Dave and Chandy is doing there. And so, we're software engineers and we can help. And so you just got to go to that link. And there's lots of ways to help. You can donate money. You can buy school supplies for the kids. You can buy clothing for the kids, and lots of other things. So I know times are tough these days, especially coming out of COVID. But I think we're all software engineers and we have the ability to give. So I hope you really will go help me help the kids from the slums in Delhi, India, and go donate whatever you can to the conference today. So I really, really appreciate it. Next thing, I want to promote my show. So twice a month now, we host the Rock in the Code World with .NET Dave. That's me. On this same platform, and we have up to 18,000 people watch every episode. And I bring industry leaders from around the world twice a month to share their knowledge and bring some fun to our world. And actually, one of my favorite people are going to be on next week, Carl Franklin. I've known Carl Franklin since the 90s. We've played guitar together. We've hung out together. He's not only is he wicked smart, but he's also a really nice guy. And I can't wait to catch up with him because I think I saw him last year, but it's too long. And so I can't wait to have Carl back on the show. So I hope you come and watch the show next week. So I want to talk a little bit about code quality, especially since most of the contracts I've been working on, this is basically what I've been doing is fixing their code because they have a lot of issues, and we'll be talking about that throughout this conference. But most projects I join have like tens and thousands of code violations via the editor config and the analyzers in Visual Studio. And the way that projects are run, it's hard to go back and fix these issues, and so it's really, really important that you fix the issues as they happen or as you're coding them. And the editor config with the analyzers really help you with that. We're going to be talking about more things during this conference, but we really have to work on the quality of the apps, and that's why this conference is so important to me, is that, I see a lot of quality of apps, even mobile apps that I use, on a regular basis, not, having quality issues with every release. And I'm not sure why. And so, this is why I wanted to bring this conference to you all. So, we can, make sure this gets better. And so we can have better apps because, in the end, we want to write apps that users love, right? That's, at least for me, that's what I love to do is, when I see the user's eyes light up, that to me is success. It's not money. It's not, getting awards or anything like that. I work for the users. I'm there for them. And when I see their eyes light up and when they're happy and when I call them and they don't have any complaints about the software, that's when I've succeeded. And so, we have to be thinking about this, before we even sit down and start writing code. Quality has to be at the very, very, very beginning stages of the project. And even during the design phase, you have to start worrying about quality all the way through the end, and never let it go. And your quality assurance people, if you have them, should be part of this process from the very, very, very beginning, not at the end. I've been on far too many projects where they don't bring the quality assurance people on until the very end, and then that just throws a wrench into the entire thing. And then, you know, uh, releases get delayed, and we don't want that. So we have to be thinking about this all the time. And so, a while ago, I came up with a saying, which is on this slide right here, where we have to demand quality in the apps you use, and that's something that I do. If you follow me on Twitter, you know that I complain about apps all the time, and that's my way of telling companies, "Hey, there's something wrong. Go fix it." Because going through their tech support, if it even exists, I just think that's a big black hole. So I use Twitter because more times than not, they actually respond. And so, so demand the quality of apps you use. Tell them what's wrong. Use Twitter, use their tech support if you want to. Tell them there's something wrong, because if you don't, it's not going to be fixed, right? So make sure you demand quality. And if they don't fix it, find a different app. There's lots of different ways of doing things, except for the social media companies. And you also need to demand quality in the apps you write. And that's something that I focus on 110% of the time that I'm writing code. And before I'm writing code, is I'm always thinking about quality. I always make sure I have those things at the very, very start of the project, so I don't introduce any issues. And, one of my goals, is make sure there's no errors and there's no warnings, when I commit code, right? The information stuff can be fixed if maybe, but the errors and warnings I always fix. And if you look at any of my open source stuff, you can see that. So and then demand quality in yourself. We have to demand quality. We have to seek out, quality. We have to learn about quality, going to websites, going to my website, .NETtips.com, using Copilot, which Joe and I were just talking about before the conference starts. There's lots of different ways to help you do this, but like with most things, you need to want to do it. It's got to be a passion of yours. Maybe not as big a passion as mine, but it's got to be a passion of yours. So make sure you do these three things: demand quality in the apps you use, in the apps you write, and demand quality in yourself. And if you do those three things, I think all of our software will be a lot better. So with that, is Joe ready, Simon? I think he is. I want to bring on, let me change my slide. I want to bring on Joe. Joe G. He's going to be starting us off with the application architecture pattern talk. Joe, are you there? Hey, Joe.
Hello.
How's it going?
Wonderful. How are you doing?
Is it 110 degrees yet in Phoenix?
I don't know. It hasn't hit 110 yet. It
not yet.
is 70 right now. We've gotten a couple of times where we've gotten really, really close, but not too much yet.
Yeah. Okay, good. I've barely seen the sun since December, so I'm still waiting.
Why, it's been that rainy in San Diego?
No, not rainy, just overcast by the coast.
Oh.
It's
the time of year, right? With the weather and getting hot and cold and stuff makes it a lot harder.
So I don't want to take too much of your time. So take it away.
Cool. Welcome. Let me share a different screen because that doesn't really look good. You don't need to see my taskbar. Let's stop screen sharing and present a different screen and share just the PowerPoint window. There we go. That's better. Hi, my name is Joe Guadagno. We're here to talk about application architecture patterns. I am a senior director in technology at Rocket Mortgage. I lead quite a few teams in our trade management area. I'm also on the board of directors for the .NET Foundation right now, currently the vice chairperson. A little bit about me. You can reach out to me in any one of these ways, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, my site, which has a lot of articles highlighted here. Let's get the laser pointer out, highlighted here. You can find some of my code samples at my GitHub repo, as well as videos of presentations like this and when I was streaming on Twitch. You can also reach out to me at the email address below. Enough about that. Today we're here to talk about software patterns. Now, I'm going to introduce about 15 or so software development patterns. And the overall goal is just to give you a reference as to different ways that you can go about tackling software. As Dave talked about, software quality is a big challenge in our industry. So following certain patterns allow you to mitigate some of that risk when it comes to software development. So we're going to cover these. But one of the things I want you to get out of this, the purpose of software patterns are so you don't really reinvent the wheel. Software architecture patterns are very similar to design patterns, except they're generally broader in scope at the architecture level, meaning you're looking at ways for your application to talk with each other or even just internally interact. So let's get started with our first pattern. So the first pattern has been probably one of the most common patterns around. It's been around almost as long as I've been doing software development, for at least 3 weeks now. It's the layered or multi-tiered or three-tiered. Reason why three-tiered is in quotes is because, sometimes there could be a fourth, sometimes there are two, sometimes there's five. It really just depends on the app. But the overall premise is you have a layer or a tier that does presentation. So this is like your mobile app, your web app. Then you have a logic layer that does things like place an order, ship an order, all the business intelligence. Then you have a data tier, which is your database or storage. So throughout these examples, I'm going to be using a fictional company that most of us know about that starts with an A and ends with an M for ordering online stuff. So if I was building that particular site, let's just give it a random name like Amazon.com, In this particular case, I would have a data tier that stores like my product list, my customer/client information, my my ordering, as well as shipping information and stuff. And then the logic tier handles that interaction. So how do I place an order and how do I ship an order? The reason why they're separate from the database and the presentation layer so that you can make changes to them as well as test it without affecting the other applications. Then the presentation tier is just that. This is how you present the stuff to user. So your mobile app or your web app. Some of the advantages of this platform or this pattern is separation of concerns. You can minimize dependencies across the board. You can make development a lot easier in your world. It's testable, it's reusable, but some of the disadvantages of it is that when you change your model, like you change your database model, it tends to have ramifications in the logic tier as well as a presentation tier. Sometimes in your application, it might generate a lot more code because you're building out basically 3 projects or 3 pieces of your application. And then probably one of the most common things is debates as to where the code, quote unquote, belongs. Sometimes like validation logic is a common example. People say it should belong in a logic layer. Some people say it should belong in the presentation layer. So those debates happen on a regular basis. The next pattern we're going to look at is the model view star. And the reason why it's star is because there's a couple of different names. It's commonly used in the Microsoft world as model view controller. But there's also some slight variations of it as model view presenter, as well as the model view model. Difference between them is the model view presenter is kind of like the in between the controller and the view, whereas the model view model, the view model kind of sits in between. So let's talk about this one a little bit. So if you're looking at that website, a user comes to the home page, let's say Amazon.com, and they're presented with the view. So the user sees this view. In order to generate that view, the controller has to say, here's the content for that particular homepage. So it goes and provides a model to it. That model can include things like a list of the products, my shopping cart, my name. So it says, hey, Joe, here's 5 items in your shopping cart. Here's a list. So that model is then sent off to the view to create that user experience. And let's say I see these awesome pair of pink socks that I love. I click add it to the cart. Once I do that, that generates another controller call that says, oh, Joe added these items to his cart. I know what that looks like. Let me go and update his cart now with that purchase or with that item added. Now the model comes back with 1 item in the cart, those pink socks. And then the view gets updated. It says, oh, he has an item in his cart. Let me show that little side view that kind of gives the details of that item. And then it goes back and back and back and forth, basically a circle around. This framework is really popular in a lot of different software development languages like ASP.NET, Spring MVC, Ruby on Rails, etc. Some of the advantages of this pattern, you have the separation of concern still, because you can have a team that just does the view, a team that just does the back-end logic. The presentation also tends to be more reusable because you can break it down into pieces and then share those pieces like the shopping cart across or the product view or product info pages. This also allows you for specialized roles. I can have graphics designers and UI designers working on the view piece of the application and software engineers working on the controller piece of it. One of the disadvantages of this pattern is if you don't have those specialized roles and you have your typical quote unquote full stack engineer, makes it a lot more challenging for you because you have those two separations of duties. The next system gets a little bit, or the next pattern gets a little bit more, I don't want to say complicated, but more in depth. This is the event-driven pattern, commonly referred to as event sourcing or publish subscribe, or sometimes shortly called pub/sub. For those of you who've been doing software development with Microsoft a lot, this is basically Windows Forms. You click a button, an event happens, you do something with it. But the primary thought between event-driven is you act towards events. So there are toolkits like Kafka, Akka, Azure, and others that provide this. So in the scenario where I'm ordering those pink socks, an event gets triggered, an order placed. So it says, hey, Joe ordered a pair of socks. So we have these subscribers to the events, like account charge. Account charge says, okay, I'm gonna charge Joe the $9.99 for that. Then I'm gonna go and check the inventory to make sure that we have pink socks available for Joe. And if we do, we're then gonna go and deduct from the inventory said socks. After that is done, we're then going to fire off another event saying, hey, the order is ready, which is this one here. Now that the order is ready, I'm going to go and ship the package and then update the order. Now, these are not necessary. They don't have to be serial like this or synchronous, do account charge, inventory check, inventory deduct. I just laid it out this way so it's easier to visualize. Some of the benefits of an event-driven architecture, it's distributed. You can have asynchronous processes go out. Like if you're on Facebook or Instagram or TikTok and you like a video or like a post, it doesn't actually go and instantly like that post across the board. It says, hey, blah, 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 Joe liked this post. Okay, I care when Joe likes a post. So I'm going to go and send off a message off to the database to say, hey, store that Joe liked that post. And then I'm going to update everyone that's watching that post that there was a new like. So I'm going to increase that little heart number by 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. So it allows you to build a more distributed, more instant, quote unquote, application because you're able to distribute your load across. Common implementations of this are things like message queues, message topics. There's a lot of different providers for this pattern. Azure Messaging, Azure Service Bus, Azure Event Hubs. In AWS, you have the SNS or Simple Notification Services, Simple Queue Services, EventBridge. There's some older ones like IBM, MSMQ. The next pattern we're going to talk about is kind of an evolution of this pattern called the CQRS pattern, or Command Query Responsibility Segregation. So this pattern is the model that's used to read information, aka this side, is separated from the model that's used to update the application, aka this side. In a more traditional architecture, you have a single model that does both reads and updates. But in the command query segregation principle, the idea is you have one section of the application or one part that handles anything that requires updating and one that requires the querying or reporting. So let's go through a little bit about what this does. So let's say we have that same user interface here, the Amazon.com. I go and I update my cart and I want to purchase the item. So there's a command or an event that goes on the command bus that says, hey, I have a request to purchase an item. That's here in the command bus. And the command handler says, oh, I know how to handle that, or I care about handling when someone purchases an item. I go and do a bunch of stuff, with domain models. That's this particular case. We go back a slide or two. I'm going to place the order. I'm going to deduct money from Joe's account or charge his credit card. I'm going to deduct an item from the inventory. Then I'm going to mark it as ready to go. That kind of stuff then gets written off to some repository. And the repository could be a database. It could be a Cosmo DB. It could be anything. It's basically some way to store that. When that storage happens, though, there are two things that also happen. There is the event store. So the message or the command is stored so it can be played back at some point in time for the event of disaster recovery or some outage that you have to kind of replay the history of things. The other goes to another event bus, which basically says, oh, an item was removed from inventory, or an item was sold, or an item was returned. Then there's additional event handlers that go and say, oh, I need to know about when an item is there. Then it updates, whatever your data store is, SQL Server, Cosmo, etc. So now when I go back to Amazon.com and check my order, I come across the interface, and now I go to the query side of it. Now I don't go there, but behind the scenes, the code goes through the query and says, oh, Joe wants to know where his pink socks are. Let me go through the data layer and figure that out. So it allows you to separate out the saving, editing, modifying of the data from the actual querying. And that has a couple of advantages, but some disadvantages to it. One of the biggest advantages, it handles more complex things. So something like an Amazon that has millions of transactions a second can handle this because you can scale up the command bus, command handler, scale up these things and spread out the workload across machines. You can improve performance. There's always an asterisk, right? That it really depends on your design, your implementation, how much data you're passing, the servers you're using, etc. Security can also be a lot easier with this approach because with CQRS, you have the command handlers, you have certain permissions for things coming down this aisle and certain things coming down this aisle. Some of the disadvantages to it is kind of overkill for your basic CRUD app, the create, read, update, delete apps. If you're just building a contact database to manage your contacts, then you probably don't need this. Sometimes, depending on how you implement it, the data can be a little stale. Like I can go and add an item, comes down here. By the time it gets to here, I might not see it fast enough, or there could be updates that are being made that generally have not been processed yet. And I say could because that really just depends on how your infrastructure is as far as your network pipelines and your data stores and how messages are done and how much querying time you do to it. The other challenge, which is generally a big concern with the CQRS pattern, is how do you get data synchronized across? So you have these repositories here that store data ultimately here. How do we make sure that's synced? Or as we start scaling this out and moving queries to one set of servers, how do you keep that data across the board? There are some tools in the .NET ecosystem that enable this relatively easily, and Service is one of them. Next, I'm going to talk about a combination of the CQRS and event sourcing. This one is pretty similar to the last pattern. It's kind of like the last two patterns, this one and this one combined. So the idea is you have your clients want to do something. Left side is I'm going to place an order. The right side is I want to query. The only difference is, you see here we have command handlers and query handlers. They're all working on an event bus. So there's an event bus in between the query engine and the event store. So like here, this event bus. But this thing has event subscribers and handlers that work with the data between them. And this can also send out messages to other things like reporting or data warehouse and stuff. So this extra layer adds some more flexibility as far as how the items talk to each other across the board. Now we're going to move into a more common one for the applications, desktop or mobile UI applications. This is a common pattern, the plugin or microkernel implementation. These are generally used for apps that you want to write, that you want to extend, allow others to write. It's very useful when your app has a core set of responsibilities or a collection of interchangeable pieces. A common example of this is like a task schedule. The microkernel or the application itself can hold all the logic for scheduling and triggering tasks, but the actual plugins do it. Another great example of this is, let's say if we build Amazon.com in a app, in a desktop app and not in a mobile app. You have the application itself that kind of knows. You build out an inventory component, an account component, an order component, and a shipping component. And then the app knows it has to talk to each of these. The problem with that, or one of the challenges or cons with that, is that the application has to be smart enough to understand how to work with all of these. In the Amazon.com or e-commerce example. But we actually use apps, like I'm using an app right now to display things to you called PowerPoint, that has a plugin architecture. So PowerPoint has the ability to add add-ins. The same thing with Word, the same thing with Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code. All the extensions that we use are following the plugin pattern. So Microsoft created a extensibility model for Visual Studio Code, as well as the Office suites of products that let you improve and adapt the environment. So you can do things like unit test cases or code quality or refactoring your code, things that Microsoft didn't build into a platform. You have the ability because they implemented a plugin or microkernel architecture. Next that we're going to talk about is a very common one. It was just very big in the 2000s and still is big today, although we're starting to see that we overuse this pattern a bit much, and that's the service-oriented architecture, or SOA, or microservices. It's basically an architecture pattern for developing software systems by creating loosely coupled apps that work together to automate some processes. So if we go through our e-commerce example, Acme Widgets, aka Amazon, I would have an account service. The account service would do things like build my account, show me a list of orders, update my address, that kind of stuff. And then the inventory service would have things like deduct the order, check the status, deduct an item from the inventory, check the status of an item, give me item details like the color of the socks, the size, blah, blah, blah. And then there's the shipping service that's responsible for sending the items or tracking the packages. And then there's the order service, which is responsible for the billing and calling everything else. So in my example of ordering the socks, the Acme would just say, oh, okay, we have Joe here. Joe wants to order socks. Let's go check the inventory to see what kind of socks we have. Provide a list of socks to Joe. Joe wants to order one of the pink socks. He's going to go back and order the pink socks. So the inventory service is called again. Now that he's done, we ordered it. The order service may call the inventory service to say, hey, deduct this item. The order service may also call the shipping service to say, hey, we need to ship these socks to Joe. Now, one of the advantages of this is these services, as long as they have a contract, which is required, in order for Acme Widgets to call them, you can change the underlying data and the underlying infrastructure without affecting the app. So let's say I start off and I make my own socks. So I do it out of my office at home or my garage, and I'm creating socks like crazy. So I go and I generally put them into the US Postal Service for shipping. But now we start to grow. I'm shipping internationally, or I'm shipping more than I can do now. So I can update the shipping service to not only ship to the US Post Office, but I can ship to things like UPS or Federal Express or DHL or whatever service I do. The Acme Widgets main app doesn't really care. It says, oh, give me an option for a list of shipping services I can provide to user. Okay, ship to this one. So it gives me the flexibility without having to update here. Some of the other advantages of it increases alignment between the business and technology, promotes federation within an organization. So I can have an account service, I can have an inventory service, I can have a shipping service. It also allows for vendor diversity. Like I said, with the shipping service, I can now use the post office, I can use UPS, I can use whichever ones I want. It also works with agile development practices. So I can build out my contracts here and then make them available so this team can start working on how they're going to display those items or work with it while this team is actually building out the services. Like I said before, one of the disadvantages is it can be over architected, meaning we can create hundreds and hundreds of microservices, making them too specific. The happy balance with this one is really finding out where that sweet spot is for your capabilities. And that's why I kind of listed them here as account service, inventory service, shipping service, and orders, because they kind of grasp a section of capabilities. I could have built out a account lookup service, an account update service, an account removal service, but that's just too much, in my opinion. Next one we're going to talk about is, now that we're in the microservices or service oriented, we're going to talk to some ways and patterns that you can go and make implementation of this a little bit easier from an older legacy system to a more modern system. So we're going to cover a couple different patterns in this one, and I'll highlight them as I talk about them. So think of this as, we built out Amazon.com, where I was working out of my garage. Everything sat on one PC sitting in my garage. And now I've realized it's getting too much. I shouldn't have everything on one PC. So I'm going to start building it in a way that allows me to scale it out easier. So this is my new client application. I'm building it. Technology doesn't matter, but let's say ASP.NET, and I'm hosting it in the cloud like Azure or AWS. And this is my legacy system that's sitting in my garage that has everything in it. So there's quite a few patterns here that kind of work together. First off is the Strangler Fig prop pattern. Now this is based off of a actual plant that it grows vines around the tree and eventually covers the tree, ultimately killing the tree, but using the tree's trunk as infrastructure for its growth. Uh, this allows you for ways to ultimately incrementally improve your app. So as you're writing off pieces, you're removing them from the legacy system and going forward. So the client application can say, hey, Strangler, where am I going? Am I going to the new way or the old way? Meanwhile, you can also still have stuff going here. So the first thing you see in our microservice application, let's just assume this is the account service for now. We have this gateway offloading pattern, which basically allows the microservice to offload shared functionalities such as SSL certificates, API, gateway monitoring, that kind of stuff. Then it goes into the gateway routing and gateway aggregation patterns. Now, the gateway aggregation kind of takes multiple individual microservices and putting them into a single request to enable some better performance by sending one request versus hundreds. The gateway routing kind of takes multiple requests using a single endpoint, so it doesn't necessarily go out to multiple. So it will handle kind of which services or which service to go. These then call something generally called a BFF, which is not best friends forever, but backends for front ends. These are basically specialized APIs that can be aggregates for others. They could also display data differently depending on the client. So if you have a mobile client versus a web client, for web client, you might want to provide some more rich data like full-size images, client's full name, their address, that kind of stuff. But for a mobile client, you might want to find a mobile optimized image, a lot smaller, a smaller size image, as well as maybe just first name and last name and not the full address. So the backend for front end kind of tweaks and aggregates the data from the different microservices there. You also see the sidecar and the ambassador patterns here, and they're not really attached to anything, but they make up this overall microservice. So the sidecar deploys helper methods for the application, such as separate containers and processes to isolate and encapsulate. So you can think of this as something like Docker. So you can containerize this, and then that kind of hosts your app and lets you do what you need to do with it. Then you have the ambassador pattern. The ambassador pattern is used to offload some common client connectivity stuff, such as your monitoring, your logging, your routing, security, language specific stuff. Also handles connections out to remote services that are not part. So like if I was building the shipping service, that could be here. The ambassador would help with the negotiations to, let's say, UPS for tracking updates. Then one other pattern we haven't talked about with the anti-corruption layer, and no, that's not to help with politics or anything, but the anti-corruption layer is basically a facade that goes between your legacy system and your new system and kind of keeps them in sync to make sure that these apps, as you make changes to here, you're not affecting here, and vice versa, that these apps are more in sync. So as we talked about, I'm modernizing my app from moving from legacy systems over to a new client server or cloud-based one, which leads us to our next pattern called serverless. Now, the serverless pattern, or the cloud, or basically not on my PC, is basically it's a pattern that uses third-party services like Azure, AWS, Google Cloud to manage the complexity of the servers. So as a app engineer, I don't necessarily want to know what services I'm running on or what servers. If I can say, here, Azure, host this website for me, great. I don't have to manage the operating system patches, the network bandwidth, that kind of stuff. I may have to manage how many instances I have, but it also allows you to take away some of the work you have to do. And that's why it's listed as a pattern. Some of the other things you could do is like backend as a service or functions as a service. It's basically will offload everything from your group to another responsibility. So we covered about 10 patterns, and what I'm trying to provide to you is a toolbox. Remember the phrase, if the only tool you have a hammer, you tend to see everything as a nail. If you get anything out of this talk outside of Joe is a great presenter, you should get out of here a list of patterns. Now, I don't want you to go back to your desk, or as the conference continues, when it's done, go back and say, oh, Joe talked about this event-driven thing. Let's go and update all our applications to event-driven, or let's follow the plugin for all of our apps. No, that's not the thing. Remember, just because you have a hammer, everything isn't a nail. Find the right tool set for it. Each one of the patterns I've talked about has a reason for using them. They all have pros, they all have cons to it. You have to find what's best. This is more of here's a selection to choose from. Pick the one that's right for you. And there isn't a right answer. It isn't, if I'm building a website, everything should be model view controller, or everything should be layered, or everything should be plugged in. There's a lot of it depends. As you start maturing in your software development, you'll notice that you'll see yourself following certain patterns, or some patterns help more than others with your development. So that being said, I'm going to open it up to any questions that there might be. In the meantime, pop my contact information on the board so we can look for it. What is the most important factors for quality codes? Ooh, that's a good one.
I told him it's him.
It's him. It's true. Interested to know how you deal with failover on event-driven patterns if something happens to one of its subscribers. So with that, answering the interested to know how you deal with failover, it really depends on what you need for failover. In a lot of cases, most event-driven systems, whether you're using something like Azure Event Bus or queues, you'll basically send messages off, and the messaging system will queue up or store those events and play them once the system's up. If you remember, when I pull back the CQRS pattern, there was event stores that handled where that data was. So the concept of the event store is used to be able to play back in that scenario where you are down or one of your third-party individuals is available. And that's one of the purposes of using the event-driven. You fire it, and the consumers, you kind of just wait. And that's where the event bus piece comes in, where it's looking for that availability. And then, ultimately it could fail, and then you can come back and handle how you do that. But if you have the event store, you can play back messages at any point in time.
Yeah, that's the one I wanted you to answer.
Applying the solid principles, are we able to satisfy all of these architecture patterns? Man, I finally feel like that's a loaded question.
I know. That's why I wanted to see what you said.
Yes, in a lot of them, but you might have a combination of them. The biggest pattern that kind of follows that is the event sourcing and the event driven, because you can make these, you can have a lot of these that are quote unquote solid. So you have the uh, separation of concerns, you have the dependencies, you have it all basically here with the event driven. I don't think there's going to be one pattern that's going to answer them all, but using a combination of them as well as just the right coding practice, you can follow the solid principles. But remember, they're principles, they're not laws, they're not written in stone.
Well, you're getting a lot of good questions at the end here. This is awesome.
I know. Hey,
people are watching. That's great.
That's a good comment. Jake's actually on my team at Rocket, so I'm glad
cool.
glad he realizes that's.
Are you his boss?
He's leveled down for me.
Oh yeah, see, yeah, he has to be nice to you, right?
Any good and comprehensive resources that cover all these patterns, we can get a good insight from that. Yes. Bear with me 1 second, and I will.
Microsoft has an architecture site, doesn't it?
Yeah, it has an architecture patterns and practices.
Right.
The typical one that I tell people to go to is what's referred to as the Gang of Four.
Oh yeah, Gang of Four.
That has a lot of the patterns. There's also, I thought I had it in my notes, which is why I was going through all the slides. Nope, I don't have it. I can find the other resource I have. There's a good book that I've read a couple of times that has it, and I'll post it in the chat afterwards. But the Gang of Four book is the most common one.
I'm pretty sure there's some architecture conferences also, right?
Yeah, there are a couple. DDD, which is SDD, Software Design and Development, talks a lot about architecture. There are a couple of specialized architecture only, but some of them go more into the how for software, like the physical, using Azure or using something like that versus software development patterns.
Yeah. I wanted to see what you said for this one too.
You prefer to create dependencies to a domain project? That's an ongoing debate that we just literally had on my team for the microservices. Do you prefer to create dependencies to domain project or create a domain for each project? So the word domain is overused or underused. Sometimes it's an overloaded term. It means lots of different things to different people. I like to use the word domain as a set of objects, plain old C# objects that declare a definition of the object that we're dealing with. So if we use the case of a person, we have an identifier, first name, last name, date of birth, email address, maybe an address and or phone number. So that's my domain object. The entities, or as I look to them, I want a common thing to pass around. Like if we're going through that ordering scenario, I'm passing that customer domain object between services. What those individual services do with it is totally up to them. They can create their own or have their own entities to how they persist it. But when it comes back out to the order service, or when it comes back out to the site, it should be in that shared library. Oh, in that case, I'm not taking that last question because that's going to be the whole presentation itself.
Well, I have a question for you, Joe. So do you make your own socks? You talked a lot about socks during your talk. So
no, I brought that up because when I first did this talk, I don't remember how it came up. we have a couple of people on my team that were interested in socks a lot. And one of my former team members gave me this pair of socks with our logo on it. And ever since then, I wear it around my team. So we talk about it a lot. And it's just, socks is something common, and it's not, hopefully not offensive to anyone, and most people can understand and relate. But I don't make my own socks.
Yeah. Well, we all lose them in the dryer, right?
Yeah.
Socks and guitar picks seem to disappear in my house. I don't know where they go. But yeah. Well, thanks, Joe. That was great. And there's a lot of great questions, and there's still some questions coming in. So that's great. Everybody keep asking questions. But one thing I want to say is make sure you tweet at Joe. And if you have further questions, I'm sure he'll be happy to respond to you. Yeah, there's all of his links and anything. So, also all throughout the conference, make sure you tweet at your favorite speakers and ask them questions afterwards, because these sessions are only 45 minutes. So, well,
thanks for having me, Dave.
Yeah, thanks so much, and have a great weekend. Yeah, coming
Thanks.
up.
Bye.
All right. Well, that was a great session and a lot of comments. That's awesome. I'm really glad that you are asking questions, because this is your conference, right? And yeah, at CSharpCorner and I are presenting it, but this is your conference, and so you have to ask questions so you get something out of it. And like I was just saying with Joe, if you don't get your questions answered because of the time limitations, make sure you tweet at the speaker and ask them right on Twitter, or contact them through their blog or something like that. All of the speakers here, I'm sure, will be happy to help you out. I know Joe. I've known Joe for a long time, and I know he'll help you out. So make sure you tweet at them when you have further questions. That's why we're here. We're here to help you. So, so we're doing the conference today. We have lots of great sessions. Simon, do you want to go to my slides? I want to talk a little bit about some other stuff. So I'm glad you're joining us here today. The first two conferences have had over 90,000 people watch. So I'm really happy that everybody here is excited about code quality, and all those 90,000 views before were excited about code quality, because this is what we need in our apps these days, right? I want to bring up the Voice of Slum. If you follow me or watch my show or anything like that, I help raise money for this great NGO in the slums in Delhi, India. Joe and I were actually there last October, and you can see a picture there of Joe and I and Magnus, who you should know if you watch stuff on CSharpCorner. And not only did we go see the kids, and they sang songs for us and read poems, and we also gave them some computers that they told me that they needed. And so we were able to bring over 5 computers, and to help the kids not only learn, but also learn how to use a computer. Dave told me that, a lot of the kids there have never seen a computer. So we brought them so they can start learning to be prepared for when they get older. So, but you can help them out. I know you have the ability to help them out. So please go to voiceofslum.org and donate whatever you can. You can donate money. You can actually buy school supplies and clothing and personal hygiene things for the kids. And so Dave and Chandy really need your support. I also want to promote my Rock on a Code World show live twice a month now. My next guest will be Carl Franklin. He's one of my longtime friends I've known since the 90s. We're both musicians, and he's a great guy. So I hope you'll join us next week to talk about Blazor. Yay, we're going to be talking a whole hour about Blazor. So make sure you watch. And with that, I want to bring on our next speaker, who is Deepa. Is she there? Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute.
Okay,
There you go.
so now
There you
I'm
go.
audible.
Yeah. I can hear you now.
Okay. How are you, David?
Good. How are you doing?
Yes, I'm also fine. Thank
It's
you.
nice to see
So
you.
this is the yes, thank you, and here same. Well, after very long time, I'm going to speak on this platform.
Yeah, well, that's great. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you wanted to talk about embracing agile, something that I think most teams use these days. Uh, Sometimes they don't use it the best way, and so I hope you'll teach us about agile. So with that, uh, uh, I want to give you as much time as you need. So take it away.
Yeah. Actually, it is a very trending topic right now in project management,
Mm,
and we can use it in our day-to-day lifestyle also. So
yes.
I just combine this both thing together, and how it's all going to done. Let's see. So just to give me a few seconds, I'm
Okay.
adding my file here.
What time is it there?
Yes, it's 8:32
Oh, late for you.
evening. Okay. Just 1 minute.
8 o'clock is when I'm watching Netflix. So make everybody watching right now while she's getting her presentation up. Make sure you ask questions to all of our speakers today. That's why we're here, and so make sure you ask them. In the comment section, whatever platform you're watching this on, and then also ask the guests later via Twitter. You ready?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Just, just 1 second.
Okay.
It's-
What else should I talk about? Netflix, Kobachi. Oh, yeah. I just finished. I'm watching that show on Netflix. It's called Muted. I think it's pretty good, Johnny B. All right, there you go. All
Okay.
right, take it away.
Okay. Yes, David. I'm fine, and it's completely. I'm ready for this quad quality conference to 2020, 2023. Sorry. So this is my topic. Embracing agile, and here we'll see the agile methodology with its brief explanation, and next we'll see the agile versus waterfall. Then we'll go through the scrum framework and agile principles. Okay, so here I can say agile in project management, it's a very vast topic, and we can see what is actually it is, and how it works. So the origin of agile is in many organizations implemented a form of project management in attempt to improve the success rate of IT project. So due to the rigidity of methodology, they often fail and causing paralysis by analysis. Okay, so this is the reason why we needed this methodology in the management. So these pressures lead to development of agile, and agile focuses on layering through product requirement, encouraging continuous improvement, and responding quickly to changing requirements from the aspect of team's mentality and the next level, individual levels. Okay, so we can say that agile is about to found in 1990. So when it's getting popular after this era of project management, and we can firstly we used to do this waterfall kind of model in our management field. So we can manage each and everything according to these basic things. We have to go through the requirement, then design, then implement, testing, and maintenance. But the process of applying these all things in a hierarchy, so this is the way how to do these all things. So one thing in waterfall management, these things is also done from the product owner, and another thing which is also done in agile model. So we can compare these both things, how these all things are going to be done. So in project management, agile its roots interactive project management. So it's highly flexible and interactive model where requirement and overall project plan are regularly updated to meet changing requirement from stakeholders, supplier, and customers. Okay, wherein traditional project management, that is waterfall, uh, from various there are various drawbacks. We can go through the example, like some of the requirements cannot be state fully until either a prototype is developed, until there are multiple facets of product being produced. So we can add some more things. When planning happens much in advance, there are chances that requirements may change during the process of working on project. Okay, and rendering the product ineffective or only partially effective. So uh, each and everything is well planned, but the time period of the planning is very important. So we can compare these both things and these both models. So we say that agile is more powerful compared to the waterfall. Okay, so as I explained, the thing, compare this to an agile project where one module is developed in short period of time called a sprint. During each sprint, like it is about to maximum for 3 weeks and minimum for just a week. So is implemented, feedback from user is collected and any shortcomings are identified. That feeds is used to build requirement into development's next sprint. Okay, so we can see with the another example. So this is the relay race. Okay, and this another one is the basketball. So we can say in relay race, the race is completed in form of a step by step process. Okay, so without the player who is don't give this relay to the next player, he cannot reach to the next goal. Okay, but when we can compare to the next game, that is basketball, each player is actively work to reach to their goals. Okay, so this is the basic and easy way to compare this agile versus waterfall. Okay, so uh, this is the basic difference. Okay, as I explained. So I just skip this slide. Okay. So we can always use different agile software in our day-to-day life. So Atlassian by Jira is very popular, and another one is also Spira Team. This is Sprint Ground, then Agile, and Version One. These five are the very famous one. More softwares are also available in market, but mostly in project management, Jira is right now the popular one and easy to implement. So this is we can say it's a one screenshot of dashboard of the agile team, how it's work, and how the sprint, then actions, and all the things is work. We'll also get back with the sprint in the next slides. So we can say that here are the uh, product owner, who has the requirement and who put his requirement to the uh, means, આપણે sorry, who give it's a requirement to the developer team, the project manager. Okay, and this is the regular daily activities who can we can see in the next column. So and the third column is the bugs, means what are the actual errors are there, and how to resolve these errors. Okay, so this is a sprint. It's a we can get the review of the sprint day to day or weekly or the after the means each work can be complete maximum by 3 weeks. So this is also one kind of sprint. So we uh, just divided our work in some of the parts. Okay, so that's called in form of sprint. So we just get back with the agenda part, and I had explained that Scrum. So Scrum is the framework, very famous framework for Agile. There are also more frameworks like Kanban and Extreme XP, but due to the time period, I just go through with the Scrum. And Scrum is easy to implement and popular for Agile. So how it's work and why it's amazing. It's my favorite, so I just go through with it. Okay. So, Scrum is an agile development methodology that helps teams to work together without any hassles. This framework for project management emphasizes accountability and interactive progress to help the team to reach its goals. Okay, it's very simple. There is a just it works like a agile methodology. It's just simple, smaller part of agile. So this is the game of rugby, and we can say the scrum how it works. Okay, team team is very important. So scrum is subset of agile approach, is a set of governing principles along with tools that enables fast responsive decision making. It derives its name from player position move within the game of rugby and sometimes referred to as lightweight agile. Okay? Scrum focuses on generating and managing fast conclusion to short-term activities, typically called sprints, as we had seen in the last few slides. An important concept is the daily meeting of key player associate with the successful outcome to the sprint. This is typical of short 15 minutes duration and is the scrum itself. This process is facilitated by the scrum master, and it's important to note that this is a functional role to not a hierarchical post. Okay, so this is how scrum works actually. So this is the product backlog. Product backlog means the things what should a product owner wants to complete, requirement of the product owner. Then the scrum master go through with the planning. So sprint planning comes in the next part. Now sprint backlog. This we can say we go through with an example. If you would like to make an web application, so there are various parts like login form, then payment gateway, and many more things. Okay, so during this time of period, login form is going to be done by this development team. During this time of period, payment gateway is done by this team. Okay, so this is the sprint backlog, right? And the Scrum team is the team of member like a development team, even though scrum master and product owner. Okay, so they all discuss what are the requirement and what they want to complete. So this is all the things is going to be done with the daily scrum. Now they check the increments, okay, and sprint review is checked by the scrum master, means what the work is completed, and sprint retrospective, this is a short meeting after completing one sprint. Okay, so then again, according to the reports, they have to replan the next step, right? So the Scrum process lifecycle begins with a prioritized backlog. This prioritized backlog consists of series of sprint that provide the end result as a potential shippable component. Inside the sprint, all necessary activities that are needed for product development take place. The entire Scrum process is executed in short period of 2 to 4 weeks, which is a term of feedback and reflection. Each speed is entity in its as a render a variation of final product that is delivered to client with least possible effort. Okay, so this is the technicality what I had explained here. Okay, so David, this is all about Scrum. Now, uh, still, how it's going on? I'm a little bit nervous because it's after a very long time. So, is it fine, David? Well, he's on. He's busy. Well, let's come with our next slide. Who attends the sprint planning meeting? So this is very important for sprint planning. Product owner, the person who gave the requirement. Product owner outlines the sprint goals and objective of sprint based on the product roadmap and stakeholder priorities. Okay. Then development team, they convey their bandwidth and capacity. This is essential for establishing the amount of work that can realistically be accomplished during the sprint cycle. And Scrum Master, he or she is ensure that Scrum process are followed and communication and productivity obstacles are addressed. Okay, so they are the major person who are the attendees of sprint planning. Now, why we chosen this Scrum process? These are the basic advantages, like focuses on delivering high business. Then we just uh, just we go with the many parts of such a big problem. Okay, so delivery speed is getting higher, so it's always helpful in our business. Now the next is the support inspection of actual working software. How the software is actually working, means if we are working on the complete full module CMS, then it is very difficult to handle. But if we are go through with the smaller parts, so it is very easy to complete our work on time. Product incremental cycle. Okay, we can say that the delivery of the product is completely go through with the day-to-day report and all the things. Then client benefits from the shippable products. Okay, they also check with the report, and we can say that clients are also getting happy. They also seen some progress in daily basis Scrum activities, and this with these Scrum activity reports and this process. Okay, so frequent and consistent. So they are assured with our result. And is there any changes? Is there any problem? So we can uh, complete. We can solve it at the initial stage. Okay. Client sets priority, and what is the first requirement? It is the prioritize by only the product owner, means our client. Working process responds quickly and efficiently. So it is very easy and most efficient and quick way to deliver high priority. So the biggest problem can be resolved with the proper planning of the Scrum. Okay, sprint planning. Okay, so these are the way we can also get learn and we can get professional certification with the Scrum org. So this is applying uh, applying professional Scrum. Then the another one certification program, that is professional Scrum Master. You can also apply with a greater version, means advanced level, for PSM2. Then PSPO, that is also have APS is for just a newcomer for Scrum, and they start with the APS, then go after PSM, then PSPO and PSPO Advanced. These are also kind of the thing we can elaborate our skills and Scrum technologies, Scrum framework in more level. And PhD, that is a professional Scrum developer. There is also another advanced level. So we can also get the professional training with this certification program. So this is very important for agile principle. So customer satisfaction is a must in agile. Why we had chosen agile? So that is the main 12 reasons. So just elaborate one by one. Once the requirement come in front of us, product owner come in front of us. So these are the requirement, and they need to complete within this particular time of period. So if we are going to satisfy him, so our business is completely getting grown up. Okay, so it's affect the customer satisfaction is very crucial role for agile. So we can go through with the sprint planning, proper sprint planning, and we just complete this feature with the agile. And the second one is welcome change. Like as I had go through with an example for a web application. So in login form, if a client needs to change some columns, some fields, so this is easier way. Like this developer team A has completed this task. So they know the ways and they knows the easier task to how to resolve this problem, how to change. Okay. So not the everyone have to involved for this problem. And this can be very easier to change, right? Deliver frequently. So sprint one, two, three. Like we had distribute our task in different sprint. Okay. So this is the way the report is getting generated to the product owner. So they also check through it. Yes, this thing is done. This is not done. This is going to be done by today, by this week. Okay. So he or she can get back and check the progress of their work. I just go through with just a single example, web application development. So it's easier to elaborate this all things. Okay. Now work together means the scrum master, developer team, and product owner. They all are the very important person for developing a project. So they all work together for a single project with different kind of the modules. Like login module team is different, but ultimately they are interrelated, connected with a project that is web application development. Okay, trust and support. Trust and support means with this module is completely done by team A. So it is complete. Now there is no interaction, there is no interference of team B because they are working on payment gateway. If they are stuck with some problem and login team is completed their work on the time, so they can also going to support for some of the time and they, but this is not called interference. Okay, so ultimately, the goal is we have to complete our sprint, our task within particular time frame. Okay, so this is the way how we can develop the trust and support between each other. Face to face conversation, right? Product owner come to the scrum master and they can also go with the developing team. So this is the better way to check our problem, to solve our problem, to know about our requirement, and to understand what they want actually and what we had delivered actually. Okay, so this is very important thing, face to face conversation. Working software. Working software means when we had applied for web application, I had chosen the Jira. The this software is very easy to applicable for my product owner. So how it's work, how he can understand the method, the main things between this software. This is also very important and very interesting for him. Okay, so how it's work, how this methods is going to be done, and how the actually my task is getting done. So this is one kind of the correlation between the product owner and ultimately developing team. Sustainable development. Okay, there are some different views from the product owner that these are various points going to be complete during this time frame, and we also give him this time frame. This is going to be done. So he can get these reports with a form of chart, and he check that my thing, my task is getting done within this time frame. Login is completed, is going to be completed. Payment gateway is completed. Okay, so content is not yet, but he can see the progress in the report. Okay, so this is the complete development of his project. Then continuous attention. It is generally kind of product owner. He can also get the report daily. Same way, the Scrum Master, he also attend the meetings and arrange the meetings according to the changes, according to the requirements, and according to the time frame. Okay, so this is the continuous attachment between product owner and Scrum Master, and the this is the complete we can say good correlation between the project management. Then maintain simplicity. Here is a core word is that is keep it simple and stupid. So very simply we can deliver our task to the product owner, and if it is not done, then not to worry. There is another day, another sprint is getting done for the same task, and this is done. So, in very easier manner, this all the things is getting completed. Self-organizing team, like as I had explained, this team A, B, C, blah blah blah, is working on different modules for just a single application. So each and every team is self-aware for their self-growth. Okay, so with the proper manner, they just complete their task during some fixed time frame. So these are the main things which is built up in their daily routine lifestyle, and it is also affect to their professional lifestyle. So this is one kind of thing that organized work is present in front of our product owner. Okay, reflect and adjust. How this all things is reflect, the reflection is done with the proper management of the scrum master, and how to adjust once the problem is occurred, how we can elaborate it, how we can go from it and complete it within the proper time frame, that is a sprint. Okay, so these are the basic agile principle which is done in a proper sprint, and how the project is getting completed. Fine. So these are some of the benefits, major benefits, we can say, the main and major benefits of Agile. Continuous customer contact, right? So once we had applied for a requirement as a customer, like I'm a product owner and I applied with my some of the things, and these are my requirements. So I am completely contact. I'm completely in contact with the Scrum Master, with the team, and I don't have any kind of the issues, like what is going to be done and how this all things is getting represent after the completion. So there is no question in my mind, because I have the daily report, I have the weekly reports, so it is a much more satisfied result in front of me. Okay, the ability to adapt. Ability to adapt means we can say that Jira is as a software, as I had explained previously. So this is the main connection between the customer and the developing team, the Scrum Master. So both person can easily adapt with the environment of this software. Okay, faster delivery. The task is getting uh, partially divided in some teams. So we can say that each and every reports is getting generated, and the things is getting uh, shown by the product owner. So delivery is faster. Ultimately, the project is getting delivered daily basis. Lower project risk. There is a very lower project risk, we can say, like if some changes is occur, we can initialize on, we can get it initialized on the very first stage, right? Initial level, and then we can also go through it and resolve it very easily. So ongoing innovation means if I would like to change something, then I also get back with the changes from the product owner, and completely keep it on a side. Once the requirement is complete, I just put this point. This is also one thing I'll have to add, and I just put it in the task and finish this task with the new requirement. So ongoing innovation is done in this way. Now, when not to use agile project. So this is one very important topic, but mostly if you understood it, you can't avoid it. But if it is not your business, then might be there is the choices how and why you not go through it. So these are the some points. The outcome of your project is stable and well understood. When you know this is the way where I have to reach there, so there is no need to go with the agile project. If you are working on some major project, then you can just go through with the agile project. Okay, your project is must produce a repeatable deliverable. Okay, if your project is repeatedly used by some short period of time, then you don't have to go with this method. If you are planning for some such a big thing, like it is a major planning, and it is a long term planning, so we can just use for that project, and not for short term repetitive methods. Your stakeholder don't want agile, means when you are go with your stakeholder, okay, so they sometimes don't understand the exactly what agile is, and sometimes they know the better ways to how to resolve this all these project and their issues. So might be there are the chances that they can't go through with this methodology. When your company doesn't support agile, then don't choose agile project management for your company. Okay, like you are working with some, we can say, like we are working with some small kind of uh, thing, like company, okay, where the task, the job is completely fixed for a person. So he don't used to go for the company, and he don't have to interfere, like this is the method and this is the way how we can change. No, 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 this is not the way to get back to change their mindset for agile. Okay, because they are working on some another technologies, some another methodologies, which is completely safe and best for their. So, if you are working for your project management or for someone's better mindset, some long term project management kind of the business, so you can go for that with the agile methodologies. Okay, so this is the final what we can learn, what I especially learn from the agile. So, listen to understand, not to answer. Okay, once you listen properly and understand it, so this is the only way. You don't have to give answer, because then only your actions, okay, be tough to the problem but kind to the people. Once the problem in front of you, you don't have to go through the people, right? The people are not the problem is another thing, and people are the person who are solving this problem. Okay, so we learn this ethics also with this method, and support those who want to support. If somebody want to go from the bottom level to top level, so this is the way how we can support, how we can support in our, like developing team and complete our task, and this is the way, like support to support, right? Inspire to change, never use force. Change is must for everyone, and when we are talking about change, it is not done by the force. So if we want to change something, we'll have to wait for some particular time frame, sprint, and the thing is getting changed step by step. With a different sprint, we can always change the entire procedure. So this is the main components we can get from this methodology, that is professionalism. We can feel the creativity in ourselves. It is supportive ultimately and competent. So this is all about the agile methodology, and I personally say that I use this methodology in my personal business, and I always get with report generation with my team, with my business person, and I always get the proper successful change satisfaction from my customers. Okay, so you can connect me with this email ID, and this is my Twitter handling. You can also join on me, connect me on LinkedIn and CSharpCorner as well as. So that is all about the agile methodology and embracing agile.
Well, thank you so much for. Oh, where'd she go? There you are. Thank you so much for being on the conference with Agile.
So, David,
Yeah. We have like 2 minutes. Simon, do you want to put up one of the questions?
hello.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Does
Okay.
encourage develop just fill
All right.
time allotted them instead encouraging them picking up extra tasks. Yes, we can say that time boxing.
Uh-oh. Did she freeze? What happened? She froze. Hey, everybody. It looks like we have our first a glitch on the show. Looks like she froze up. Uh, maybe Simon can get her back. We'll work on that. We only have like 1 minute left anyway. So make sure you ask questions, everybody. This is your conference. We want to make sure you get the most out of it, including things about Agile. I actually had a question for her, and but we'll see if she comes back. So I hope everybody's having a great Friday. I hope you all have had a great week. We have a great session about libraries coming up in a few minutes. So, Simon, you want to show my slides? Oh, first, speaking of Simon, thank you so much, Simon, for being an awesome producer for this conference. He doesn't want me to bring him on live because it'll embarrass him, but we couldn't, none of us could do these live events at CSharpCorner without Simon. So thank you, Simon. Everybody, thanks Simon in your comments. I'll see how many we get. So this is the third annual Code Quality Conference, and I'm really happy that CSharpCorner and myself have been able to bring it back to you for a third year. We've had over 90,000 views of the past 2 years, and so I'm really excited that so many of you are interested about code quality, because it's something that I really do focus on a lot these days. And a lot of companies hire me to come and fix their code quality. the last few. Hey, you're back.
Oh, yes.
Well, we have like like 1 minute to answer a question. Simon, do you want to put the question back on?
So, how was my session?
Oh, it was good, except for you freezing
Oh,
at the end. But
yes, it is just internet interruption.
so Jake
Uh,
had a lot. Jake had a lot of questions about time boxing. Do you have any advice about time boxing?
okay, so this is ultimately in Scrum. It is 1 to 3 week time boxing period, maximum
Yeah,
3 weeks. So almost if we are working on some big project, so we can just expand this time boxing. But the thing like our modules is also getting divided in kind of the sprint, and the deliver the delivering process is completed on daily basis. Okay, so this is I think yes, mostly we can say that within maximum 3 weeks particular sprint is getting complete. So this
yeah,
is the time boxing. Okay,
yeah,
time boxing sprint is both are the same thing.
yeah, yeah. And one thing I was thinking about during your session was, I've been on many teams where, they've tried to implement agile, and then, something gets in the way, like, there's a crunch, or the timeline gets in the way, or something like that, and they start, abandoning, agile principles, and then they don't go back. And so, do you have any advice about that? Don't do it.
uh, no,
Or have you
see,
seen that happen?
yes, this happened, even this
Yeah,
happened over here also.
yeah,
See, main things as I had uh, uh, explained in this last second PPT. That's understanding of the basic, like we can say what is the hard part of this method is very important. So if you understand it, if you are going to be jump through it, okay. So this is the main thing. If you are interested, if you would like to get involved in with some new topics, new features, then you find the way. But yes, the proper way is must and very important. As I'm go through with my friend as a agile coach, and he is very intelligent in this field. So I can say that I learned this all the things from him.
good. That's a great answer. Well, thank you so much for being on the conference. I hope you come back next year. And
Yeah, sure.
yeah, we gotta
And
go. Oh, go ahead.
thanks, C Sharp Corner, to giving me such a beautiful chance over here. And yes, this is the nice chat for me. And I hope I join every year and
Good.
the next conference is too. Thank
Okay,
you.
great.
And nice
Thank
to
you so
meeting you,
much.
David Dills.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, same.
Um, if you're watching live on StreamYard, I did post a link to an agile show that we had on Rockin' the Code World, so you can see that. I want to go over the slides real quick because we're at time right now. Don't forget, we're trying to raise money for the Voice of Slum NGO in Delhi, India, something that's important to myself and others. We went there last October to see the kids and everything. So please go to voiceofslum.org to help support these kids because they need our support. Also, don't forget to watch the Rock and the Code World show. Next week, I have the famous Carl Franklin coming on to talk about Blazor. So I'm really excited about that. I haven't talked to Carl in a while, so I'm super excited about that one. And with that, I want to bring on our next speaker. Go, video. Is there a video, Simon? No? Oh, Simon says wait. Okay, everybody, wait for the video. 10, 9. Hey,
Hey, David, how are you?
good. How are you doing? It's nice to see you.
Excellent, excellent. And I'm amazed to see my intro. It was surprise to me.
I know. I keep forgetting about the intros. Uh, yeah, everybody gets an intro today. It's one of the few conferences that does intros.
Yeah, yeah. This is amazing, actually.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm glad you're going to be on talking about libraries. The one thing I wanted to say is, I do have open source libraries. I hope you'll check them out someday. Um,
Sure.
but libraries to me, if anybody ever watches me or reads my writings, I'm really big into using open source libraries and third party libraries. I don't think, especially the third party libraries, are used enough these days, and they should be. And every team that at least I go into, I try to get them to use them. So I'm really
Right.
excited about your talk. So with that, I'm going to let you take it away.
Excellent, and thank you for having me here because it's a long time that I'm a little disconnected with the coding part, but
Yeah.
it's always amazing to be do a hands-on coding, whether it is a POC, whether it is helping your team member or doing your own satisfaction. So this is all good. Thank you for having me here. Without any further delay, I would like to start it because I have to talk for 11 libraries and I have a very less time, 45 minutes. And I would say, um, actually to implement each and everything is not possible, in this 45 minutes. So what I did is I created a one application which will tell everybody that, how these things will work and how you can gonna implement it. So yeah, I'm ready.
Great. Ready? Go.
Thank you. All right, so how to share it?
Oh,
Present.
you haven't presented yet? Okay.
All right.
Hey, if any speakers are watching, make sure you present as soon as you get on StreamYard. There you go. Present, share screen. Did you find it?
Select the window. All right, this one. Create.
Awesome.
Cool. I can see now. Great. Thank you. Thank you, David. All right. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Wherever you are joining from. I'm Bhaskar, joining from Noida, India, and it's almost 9:20 p.m. right now. And today I'll be talking about 11 must-know libraries for the .NET developers. What actually happens. When people they are pretty much engaged in focusing on the delivery part, they are forgetting and they are actually missing a lot of different things which essentially should be there, and that's how we are here to discuss on this on the code quality conference. So let's start with this. All right, so this is my intro slide. If you want to connect with me, my name is Bhaskar. I'm almost having a 20 years of experience in industry, and I'm Chief Strategy Officer at Engine Solutions. So if you wish to connect with me on Twitter or LinkedIn, these are my QR code. You can, go ahead and connect it. All right. So what we will be talking about all those 11, let me list down all those. So these are the 11 libraries. Pretty much, people, they may heard about it or not. The first one is Swagger. The other one is the Dapper, Automapper, Nlog, Newtonsoft, JSON, Fluent Validation, Benchmark.net, Mini Profiler, Mock, Poly, and SignalR. So why we are saying that these are the essential and must-know libraries? Because all these different libraries has their own significant, importance wherever you are using. It could be console application, it could be web application, it could be, the APIs you are writing. So wherever you feel like to add it, you please go ahead and implement all those. Let's talk about the first one, Swagger. So what is Swagger? Swagger is basically, open source tool based on the Open API specification. And when we are writing our own APIs, right, it very well document it. And when I say the document, it means, it defines everything about the API. I'll talking about more onto this. And it does connect with the remote server and validate the logic. So what your API does is, that's a published, and now front end developer, they are ready to consume it. But how to validate it? So unless you connect that front end with that API, you really can't do it. But Swagger gives that flexibility, uh, so that you can run that API and validate it. I mean, there are different tools of it, like Postman and everything. You can do it, but Swagger is something which is implemented and incorporated within the code. So it wouldn't be difficult for you to check the APIs as and when they are ready. And it generates the client library also, using the code gen. It generates almost over the 40 different client side languages, and that helps you to verify the um, APIs. All right, so why Swagger? First of all, I mean, we are talking about the full stack developers, but sometimes what happens, the front end developers, they are different, the APIs developers are different. So whenever APIs has been published or created, and the API person, they are describing each and everything about that API to the front end developer, so that they can easily go and consume them. And while consuming all those things, there are certain issues coming up because of the lack of communication, lack of understanding of the API, and many other things. So if Swagger will document each and every API, um, nobody has to go and tell them what this API does. So it is very easy to understand, easy to see what this API does. You can go ahead and implement it. Second is, it very well describes the structure of API, right? So, like, what are the parameters, you know, and how the things, what are the parameters and their data types, how you can, post it across. What all operations that APIs support, that you can also see it, like, do we have a different verbs? Even if I, have one API and give it to the front end developer, he may not be able to understand, okay, this is a get API, this is a post API. So that verbiage will not be there. So the all those verbs is very well defined over there in this documentation. And as I said, it also says that what all parameters it takes and how the values are getting returned from those APIs, right? And if there is any bearer token or anything is required, that also tells you how that authorization is required in this. It also runs that API on behalf of you. So that is what I was asking, before even connecting with UI. Um, you can run those APIs and validate the logic. And of course, there is a big community support on this Swagger, so you should go ahead and check this out and implement it. And how? And I will quickly do one thing is just uh, show you how this Swagger works, how you can do it. So I'm gonna open Visual Studio. Yeah, okay. So this is on the other screen. Create a new project. Um, ASP.NET Core Web API. Next. Sorry, I did web application one only. All right.
Bhaskar, I'm sorry to interrupt. Are you planning to share your screen too? The one that you're working on?
Oh yeah. Is it not
At this
visible?
instance, at this instance, you're sharing your application. You need to share your screen. Stop sharing your presentation, or you need to come back to StreamYard. Click on Present, Share Screen, then select the third tab that you have at the top. First is Chrome tab, Window, then Entire Screen is the third tab, and then select the
Present,
screen.
share screen, share a screen.
Then there are three
Chrome tab.
tabs: window,
Yeah.
and then entire screen. You need to
Entire
select
screen.
entire screen here.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Simon. Thanks a lot. So, is it visible?
We still see your presentation. You'll have to move that VS Code over here, probably drag over here. Yeah,
Yeah.
now
Okay.
you see it.
All right. I
It's
got it.
gone. Perfect. And maybe just
All
zoom in a
right.
little bit.
It's full screen.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Thank you, Simon. So I just open up one web API application, and without doing anything, without making any changes, I just hit that debug, and it will run. Build succeeded. And this is what I see as the output. So you see that nowadays by default this Swagger has been implemented in all those API projects, but you can further customize it. So what you can see, this verb get weather forecast, and how there is no parameter, but if you are adding any parameter, those will be displayed here. um, how the example value or a schema will be given over there. So this is also given here. But if you want to customize it, you can still go ahead and customize it. This is web application 1, but if I would go and Swagger Gen code, see, in program.cs, I'm just replacing this Swagger right here. So this is a ready code. So I made that title as a sample API docs, right? And now let's run it again. And Simon, please help me out over there. Like, I have 11 things to talk, and possibly, 3 minutes for each. If I'm exceeding, just ping me up. All right, what happens? All right, so this is the project. I have to go project properties. It's taking some time. Build output, generate a file containing API documentation. I did this. Stop it and continue once again.
Years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly serve 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members developers for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at CSharpCorner.com.
Hey, everybody. It looks like our speaker lost power. This is what happens when you have a live conference and, from all over the world, things happen. It doesn't surprise me really. But I'm glad you're all here, and I hope everybody's here to ask questions and watch the Code Quality Conference. And, so you can rock your code, you can make your code better where you work, so your users will be happy, because that's why we're all here, right? Is to make the users happy. Sorry, I'm just kind of keeping track if he's back or not. So does anybody have questions about libraries, agile, architecture, the three topics that we've hosted so far on the conference? Swagger, not Postman. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm a great person to answer that one, unfortunately. I think most people use Swagger. Some people use Postman. I think you have to pay for Postman. I'm not sure. But I think, and I'm pretty sure that, for example, Visual Studio uses Swagger now when you create a default. Hey, you're back.
Yes, I'm so sorry. This there's electricity problem, but I
It's
can
okay.
continue very fast.
It's okay. Things happen, right? So
Yeah, yep.
I'll let you take it over from here. Wait, are you all set up
Yeah, I'm
to
just
present?
yes, representing. Yes, okay, I'm here.
Okay, great. Take it away.
Thank you. All right, so okay, so this is what we have done, right? So the first part is done. Let's talk about quickly moving to the second one, which is a Dapper. Okay. So what is Dapper? So basically, we already, talked about, we have heard about the ORMs, but Dapper is something which is a micro ORM, object relational mapping. And why we are saying this is a micro ORM? Because it doesn't do many things as a full-fledged ORM does. But it is very easy and convenient and fast moving, the tool, which is helpful for your application to be, get connected through the database and, posting it and getting it back and everything. So this is what the Dapper does. Let me go to the other one. Yeah. So as I said, this is open source. Now, why is Dapper? This is a lightweight and fast, very high performing, and basically, easy to use, and drastically reduces the database access code. Every time we have to write our own code, we have to write our own set of libraries to communicate with the database. But that challenges and that everything can be reduced using the Dapper. And why you should be going with this? Because you may have a SQL server, you may have Oracle or SQLite or MySQL or Postgres. So you can use Dapper in any of these database. The good thing is that Dapper also supports both synchronous and asynchronous queries. It does many things like batching multiple queries, uses the parameterized queries to avoid the SQL injections. And if you have already one of the application which has a database connection, so this is good and optimal choice for using it. All right, so here's a quick implementation of Dapper. So I'm not gonna implement it once again, but rather I will be opening up an application which is already has implementation of all those things. So let's talk about this Dapper and controller, product controller. So I have an MVC project. So this is the controller, and controller basically, I have one of the API. Okay, where's Dapper? All right. So how does it do? Okay. So yeah. So see this result equal to await connection dot query first dot default async. So this is a Dapper method. I don't have to do anything. Rather, I just have to pass the procedure name, the parameter values, and the command over there. I mean, what is the command type, and then everything will be done. So I actually have a trouble connecting with my database, but I can show it to you how it works. So let's run it. I'm once again on the same API. I'm choosing one of them, which is API product. Try it out. Putting product name, anything like let's say shirt. Product description. This is a white shirt and earrings, clothings. All right, so let's execute and let me check if we have that breakpoint. Okay, all set, correct. All right, so this is our controller method. If I hover over there, this is product clothing, this is white shirt and shirt, it goes here. And see this add update product. So basically, it takes everything from here. All right, yeah, F11. So it will throw an exception because I have a database connection issue. But what this will do, this will actually post your data and get the first or default value. So what is first or default? If you have any record defined it, that will come. Otherwise, the default record will be returning from this. Fine. So I'm avoiding it. This just is as an exception. Let's go back to our slide. Okay. Yeah. So this was the Dapper. Let's talk about the automapper. So what is the automapper? So automapper is again, the that is a dotted library which will map from one object to the other. So when I'm saying the map from one object to other, why we need it? The question arises. But you may be having some situations where you know your database objects and your UI objects, they both are different or maybe similar, but you don't want to push through the database object directly to the UI. So you can have that mapping over there, right? So this is the library automapper which actually maps one object to the another object. So it is similar like ORM, object relational mapping. Rather, it is an object to object mapping, OOM. So why automapper? This maps the object automatically, and this image actually depicts everything. So being a developer, you already know that you have a DTO classes, you have a non-DTO classes employee. So if you have a employee class with the member's name, salary, address, department, the similar kind of class you may have with the data transformation objects, which is employee DTO here. And I'm keeping the same name, salary, address, and department, right? So when I will be using this automapper, what it will do, it will automatically map each and every member from one to other. And why it is essential? Because when think about it, you have a object and your product is evolving, you may have to keep adding more things on those classes, so your members may grow or reduce. So sometimes some of the members, they are obsolete. So what do you need? You don't need to go back again and again and map one by one. So that actually avoid refactoring of your code whenever your members are being added or removed. That saves a lot of your maintenance time. So as image says, your database object name is directly mapped with your other database name. It should be equal, but even though they are not matching, it can be customized. And I'll show you how this can be customized. This is some part of the code, the code piece, which is saying that you can configure it, and these are the two lines which is highlighted in yellow. For members, this is the destination. If your destination member is full name, your source is name, you can still map it, but you have to explicitly say this or define it in your configuration. Otherwise it will always look for the same name objects. If they will not find it, the other object name value will be null. All right, so let's see how does it look. Auto mapper, I'm going back again, this product controller. You see this add update product DTO. This is the product object. And now after doing it, this is the auto mapper. I'm adding it, which converts from this product object to add update product. And I'll just show you how these models are looks like. Okay, this is the add update product, and this is the add update get product. Okay, let's run it once again. All right, I'm using the same API. Try it out. Cap, good cap. All right, so execute. You see this. So this product is, if you see, the values are cap, good cap, and cap. After mapping it, I need to run this through and then it will show me. See this? So that model is now transferred into this model. Cap, good cap, and cap. So I have database connection issue. This suffice here, like how you can do it using the auto mapper, right? Hope that clears. All right, so let's go to the fourth one. And Simon, please keep informing me if I'm running behind the time or on the time or something.
Chat
All right,
got,
so next is
15, 20
Nlog.
minutes.
20 minutes, okay. I'll try to wrap it up soon. So nlog, what is nlog? Nlog is again the open source logging libraries. You can go to the NuGet and search for nlog.web.asp.net code. That will give you the library and you can use it. And why nlog? So being a developer, every time it's not happening all the time that you wrote your code and it works very well. Sometimes it is very important to have the loggings in between. What are the different values are moving ahead from one place to other? So that's how the logging is very important, and log comes into the picture. So how you can use it, like why nlog? These are some of the features which gives simple and flexible APIs to log the messages. and it has a very easy and easy tracking and diagnosis feature where you can go and search for maybe the info, maybe the errors, maybe you know um, any other type of the logging messages. It also targets the logging into the different area. It could be log, it could log into the file, it could log into any database, it could send an email or anything else, right? And as I said, it has advanced feature. You can go ahead and filter it. It does that hierarchical logging. It is also logging to multiple targets, right? It's very easy, highly configurable, and integrated with different .NET logging frameworks too. And to implementation of this, install package and log web.asp.NET Core, and this config file has to be added in your proper place. All right, so let's see if we have a log. How that code looks like, I can show you there. Okay, here you go. So after doing all those implementation, so you can write it over there. Again, this says that logger.log info, something went wrong. I can change it to anything. Mm. All right, and when I will run, it will actually log. It will log this message in my file. Um, I have a write permission issue over there, so this file will not be gonna create it. But this is the syntax. You can easily go ahead and write it down. All right, so moving to the next, Newtonsoft JSON. All right, what is Newtonsoft JSON? Again, when I'm talking about all those open source and .NET libraries, it is one of them and very essential and useful. People, they are using it on and off, or very frequently, in fact. So go to the NuGet and find it out, the newtonsoft.json, and it gives the methods to convert .NET types into the JSON types. I mean, vice versa, you can do it. And why Newtonsoft JSON? Because it has a very good serializer or deserializer methods. It converts link you to JSON. So all these objects, J object, J array, J values, everything, they helps you a lot to, converting link you into the JSON. And it has a JSON path, so you can, traverse the entire structure using the XPath like syntaxes. High performance, easy to use. It has XML support too. It runs everywhere, almost everywhere. When I say that it belongs to Windows, Mac OS, Linux, Mono, and Xamarin, and that's a pretty much the popular .NET library. And this is the implementation. You can go ahead and install package Microsoft ASP.NET Core MVC Newtonsoft, and we have to add this line in your program.cs. So let's take a quick look of JSON dot. Okay, I'm setting up this as a startup project. All right, so you see this. I have a program which is saying the get data, and I have a product class. Product class has these four members: name, expiry date, price, size, and here I just serialized it once and deserialized it once, and showing the output in the console application. So this is the console output, right? So the first one is the serialized object. You already had it, right? So this is the product class and the members. And the second one is the deserialized object. So I just took up one of the members access over there. So see this deserialized object, deserialized product dot name. and that's how I can see it. So this is pretty much, a very useful and easy to use library in the .NET frameworks. All right, so I'm just running and moving fast because I have running out. I have a less time to cover everything. So next is fluent validation. Okay, so as name depicted like validation, what does it do? It actually validates your input. So let's say if I have a model and out of that model 10 members, 3 of them are required field. And if somebody is not passing it through, um, it should raise an error. But how this will be showing it and how to implement it, I'll tell you. So fluent validation is again the free to use .NET library, and in NuGet you can easily go and find it out. Fluent validation, fluentvalidation.asp.NET Core, and that also works with the external model that you don't have any access to, right? And why you should be using fluent validation? Because when we are writing our models, we are actually putting up our validations right over there. But in fluent validation, you can have separate fluent classes and define it the validation over there. So it is uh, it is basically separating your models and your validation logic. So in fact it will increase your throughput too. Some people they may have to write your model, some people they may have go and write some validation logics too, right? And it doesn't show that bad as the other code looks like, because that code piece has that validation on the top of it, right? How that implementation would work: installing the package fluent validation.asp.NET Core and add this validation rule. I'll show you how this works. Fluent validation validator. Okay, so you see this class. I actually made one of the validator, which is a rule for product class, where the product name and the product category, they cannot be null. So I just defined it not null, and whenever it will be null, it will raise a message which says name cannot be null. So I can customize this message as well. So again, let me set this once again, the startup project, run it through. And we'll take that API. All right, so try it out. Let's say product name is again cap, but this time I'm giving this value as null. Hold on. I guess I had validation on what? Product name and product category. Okay. All right. So product category, I'm putting this product category as a null. Okay. And execute. All right. You see this? The product category field is required. So that's how that validation works, right? Great. We are moving so fast. Thank you. All right. The next is benchmark.net. Again, what is benchmark? Benchmarking, we are actually using this tool for measuring the performance of your application. So if you're not sure about how your application is performing, sometime it gets slow, sometime it is fine working with them, the other machines, but not on your, you can put that benchmarking library into your code, and it does support in the .NET framework, .NET Core and Mono. And why you need it? Because you know there is always a scope of improvement. You can go ahead and assess your application and boost your performance. So let's say if I, being human person, I have some disease, until unless I don't know what is the problem going on, I cannot take the right corrective measures or medicines. So in similar way, you go ahead use the benchmark.net, assess your application, and boost the performance. You will surely get some of the points at least. You will be amazed to see it. And it also has, the feature to create your own benchmark and analysis tool so that it can fulfill your requirement, right? And this is pretty much accurate and reliable, so that you can use it, and based on this you can take some decisions, and it is highly customizable and extensible. Okay, so how do we do it? This is the implementation, installing the package benchmark.net. This works in console application only. So let's once again go here. This is a console application. Set up startup, release. No, I can do debug too. All right. I'll show you what was written here in this console app. All right, so in this program, I just run this benchmark runner. But what is my benchmark? This is the class. I just created one random constant, and I put it in SHA 256 and MD5, and comparing these two things, how they are performing, right? And it will now start comparing it. It is working. So hold on. So dependable, non-optimized, most probably. Okay, this has to be released. I'm sorry, my bad. Console once again. Continue debugging, and here you go. So this is actually running these two methods, which was a MD5 and SHA256, and will put you and give you the result how they are performing. So it gives you these things. Going and going. All right, will take some more time. Cool, it's about to complete, I guess. Yeah, all right. So here is the result, right? So it will say, what are the methods. So this is the method SHA256 and MD5, we used it. It gives you result in three parameters, which is the mean, error, and standard deviation. So this says the mean of this method would be 5.201, and MD5 will be 16.022. The chances of getting error, or the parameter for this value is 0.438, and for MD5 is 2.2618, and the standard deviation for SHA256 is 0.0410, and for MD5 is 3015. So you can clearly see this. These are the some of the values it throws, and based on this you can see how the performance is going on. All right, good. So mini profiler. Again, this is an open source library. The NuGet package is mini profiler, ASP.NET Core MVC, that that provides the profiling functionality. And again, this is supporting a broad way of the frameworks, which is .NET Framework, .NET Core, Mono, and easy integration with the other .NET frameworks and libraries. Why mini profiler? It actually gives you a real-time feedback, and that actually helps a lot to understand, okay, where the application is going on or lacking on, right? So I remember that we used to have a SQL profiler which runs over the SQL statements only, and it gives you, which query is taking so much of time and where it gets stuck or something. But it is more than that, because it allows you a customization to set your own profiling. Along with this, it includes your profiling for SQL queries, HTTP requests, and any custom code blocks, right? So I'll just show you how that implementation would happen. Is install that package mini profiler a.asp.net core MVC, and these are the configuration, some of the things. You can take a screenshot and use it. Let me go back to the application once again. Profiler, controller. Where does it go? Just a minute. Yeah.
Oscar,
So
sorry
this
to
is.
interrupt. You have got about a couple of minutes to wrap
Oh,
up.
okay. So, all right, no worries. I mean, without running, I can, at least, go through with that slide so that that point can be covered, right? So, let me go through with these slides. So, mock. What is mock? Mock is something, um, you know, we are creating our own classes, and within the classes, there are different methods, and sometimes they are dependent on one after another. But in the unit test cases, if you have to run those methods, unless until you send those dependencies, those objects, it is very difficult to test those methods. So mock, what it does, it actually helps us to create a mock-up objects for those methods which are dependent on some other objects, and that's how you would require for this, because that will help you to speed up your unit test cases, and you can at least would know that okay, this method is going very this method is running fast and correct. All right, so implementation is install package MOQ mockup, and just use the creating a fake objects in your sorry, in your unit test cases. Allow me a few minutes, just a minute. Let me check where it is. Never mind. I can move to the other one. All right, the next one is the poly. Uh, what is poly? Poly is something which is giving you a resilient and transient fault handling capabilities. What happens sometimes, your UI that tries to connect with the server, but that couldn't happen because of some of the connection errors, some of the the refuses, and something else, right? So poly is actually helping over there to establish that connection. So the problems what the client side is facing is, it could be any kind of circuit breaker or timeout. So if you implement that poly, it can hit the server at a certain period of time, unless it gets the real values or response from there. So that has a built-in policies for the retry, circuit breaker, and timeout. You can even define your own policies handling all those breakers, and it can be used in console, desktop, and ASP.NET web applications. It does support synchronous operations, and it is easily integratable with other .NET libraries and framework. And the last is Signal R. Simon, I'm going quick. Just allow me 2 more minutes. So Signal R is what it actually provides a very real-time web functionality. Basically, it works on the WebSocket so that it connects with the server. So server is actually able to send some of the messages to the connected clients. And how does it work? I just wanted to run the last application so that I should not be able to take much more of your time. All right, so see this. So Control C. So I'm putting my name. So basically, this is very useful for this connected applications like gaming or chatting or, stock holdings and everything. So this is Bhaskar. I'm saying hi and I'm saying send. So this message is coming now. I'm saying this is Simon saying hi Bhaskar and sending. So see this, I'm switching to the other tab, but it also shows me that message. So it is actually connecting with the all other clients and sending the message, able to send the message over there. All right. With that said, I guess I'm done with my presentation once again. Thank you and bear with me having me here, and I know that this was something mess up in between because of the electricity that didn't work, and I had to run this application so fast.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, that was great. Yeah, we're a couple minutes over time, so we're not going to be able to have any to answer any questions. So, everybody watching, if you have any questions about these libraries, please feel free to reach out to him and tweet at him. There you go. Tweet at him and ask him your questions there. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, David.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, that was great. So yeah, we're a couple minutes over time. So I want to keep everything on track. Things happen, power goes out. I know Simon's power went out, not that you could tell, but like Simon's trying to tell me something. So anyway, let's bring on the next speaker. Hey, welcome.
Hello, David. How are you?
Hey, good. You cut your hair from your picture. Yeah.
Can you see my camera?
Yeah, I can see you.
Okay, great. Okay, if there's not anything else, I can start my presentation.
Yeah, you're all ready?
Okay, great. I'm ready. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, great. I would like to say hello to all friends and colleagues from different parts of the world. Thank you all for taking the time to seeing us. I hope you have enjoyed the Code Quality Conference 2023 so far. Here it's around 8:15 in the evening, and my name is Vahid Farahmandian. I'm here and ready to talk about code quality analysis in Azure DevOps pipelines. I was born in Urmia in 1989. I have bachelor's degree in computer software engineering from Urmia University and also the Master of Medical Informatics from Tariq University. I'm an international speaker and a book author, creator member of your .NET community, and also the CEO at Sputak Company, and also I'm instructor at Iranian Fartraz Danish Institute. You can always reach me and contact me using my email address located at v.farahmandian@jingup.ir or using my GitHub profile, or even using the LinkedIn or the Instagram at Vahid Farahmandian, or Twitter user using _Jinget. You can read my blog posts in the jingat.medium.com. Also watch my videos in YouTube using jingat.net channel. Without any extra say, let's start our session and start our talk. I'm here, as I told you, I'm here to talk about code quality analysis in Azure DevOps pipelines. Before diving into the Azure DevOps, let's take a look at what's quality, how we can measure it, what's technical depths, how we can identify them, and how we can define some metrics to manage our technical depths. Of course, one of the primary goals of the DevOps mindset is increasing the follow-up value to end users. To do this, software must be deployed frequently, maybe even multiple times per day. To make frequent deployment possible, two things are very important. The first one is the automation, and the second one is the quality. So what's quality? Quality, in fact, is the totality of features and characteristics of a product or services that bear on its ability to satisfy given needs. Here, the keyword is the ability. We should define the word ability, in which cases we are able to satisfy the given requirements or needs, in which cases we are not able to satisfy them. So what actually makes quality sufficient can differ from one project to other project. So it's not enough to copy and paste our solution from one project to other project and make sure that all our checklists or all our previous experiences will be productive or will be practical in our next project. So it's important to bear in mind that every project has its own challenge and has its own quality challenges. Before quality can be measured, it's important that we first establish how we measure the quality of a software. We need to convert this quality, or we need to convert the quality into quantitative numbers. In order to do this conversion, a common approach to monitoring the quality in software is to gather one or some metrics. Here are some of the most important metrics used in software quality assurance. For example, the percentage of integration builds that fails, or the percentage of code covered by automated tests, or the change failure rate, or the amount of unplanned work, the number of defects that are being reported by users, or even the number of known issues, or the amount of technical debt. I'm going to dive into technical debt and talk about technical debt in details. So what's technical debt? The term that implies a something. It could be time, it could be quality, it could be attention or work, is owed to the solution. So long as this debt is not paid off, you have to pay interest in the form of all other work being slowed down a little bit. Technical debt could have different forms. For example, the code that's not covered by any unit test, or the code that's not written in a self-explanatory fashion, or we have variables with strange naming conventions, or the code that does not adhere to coding principles. We've written a code that's not adhere to the solid principles, to keys, to dry, or other principles. Or the classes that are too complex because they have too many variables or methods, or even the methods that are too complex because they have too many statements. These situations can lead us to technical debts. And of course, if we take a look at our bag, almost all of us had the experience that we wish to start a project from scratch. Why? The project should be in a state that the developers decides to start the project from scratch. What happened to that project? What happened to the source of that project? In fact, if you want to quickly create some code, you take a loan on the quality. When you want to pay back your loan, you pay interest in the form of extra maintenance cost. But when technical debt skyrockets, the interest becomes so large that it can strangle your project. That's the point where developers want to start the project from scratch and write everything. Of course, taking a loan can sometimes be a good decision, but we should and we must have a plan to pay back our loan. And if we have not any good plan for paying back this loan, our projects will be get in the situation where the developers wants to rewrite the projects, and the project's code will be the project codes will have a lower quality. Let's take a look at this circular process. I really like this circular process. As you see in this process, let's start the process from the custom points, from, for example, lower productivity. Suppose that we are in a team and we see that our productivity is very low. What will happen when the team's productivity is low? Of course, the managers will put pressure on their team to increase the productivity. They will put extra stress on their teams. They will make their teams to work harder. Even they should work on their off days, on their holidays, to make the productivity better, or to improve the productivity of team. But this pressure itself leads to high technical debts, because we need to do more work in a very small amount of time. This high technical depth itself will lead to low morality and motivation in the team, and we will face with the human resources who are not moral or motivated anymore in their work. The lowering the morality or lowering the motivation itself also will lead to the low productivity again, or it could be leads to the low code quality, and then low code quality also leads to the lower productivity. As you can see, when the technical debt, or when the productivity is low, or the technical debt's volume is high, everything in the project is in a risk of a failure. So it's very important to take the technical debts, to pay attention to the technical debts in our projects. There are many tools in the market to analyze the code metrics, or to convert the quality to some quantitative numbers. For example, in .NET, we have a .NET analyzer, which can calculate the code metrics in our code. The .NET code analyzer can calculate the lines of code, the cyclomatic complexity, or it can compute the class coupling, or it can compute the depths of inheritance in our code. But as you take a look at these factors, you might find out that these factors are not enough to get good information, or to have a good insight about our technical debts. For example, among these factors, we did not say anything about the security hotspots, or about the bugs, or about the security breaches inside our code. So in this session, what I'm going to show you is a very well-known tool. I'm going to introduce a very well-known tool named SonarQube. Of course, you all might be introduced to this tool. I'm going to show you how you can use the SonarQube to analyze your code and to extract the different code metrics from your code, and also how you can integrate the SonarQube into your Azure DevOps pipelines, how you can manage your pull request mechanisms, how you can define quality gates inside your pull request process, how you can manage your branch from lowering its quality. So with this introduction, let's get started with the SonarQube. I've install the SonarQube in my local host. Of course, in your production, it's not preferable to install SonarQube in your local host. It would be better to install the SonarQube in your, of course, one of your servers. And of course, it might be better to separate the SonarQube web application from SonarQube database. In this presentation, I have SonarQube on my computer. Also, the databases are on my computer. So let's take a look at the SonarQube configuration. After extracting the SonarQube in your computer, you can navigate to the folder named conf. And if you open the conf folder, there's a very important file here named sonar.properties. Let's open this file and take a look at the file, what's inside this file. As you can see, at the initial phase, all of the lines of this file is commented out. But if you take a look at this file, there's a section for database configuration. You can configure the SonarQube for to work with different kind of databases. For example, it can work with Oracle databases. It can work with Postgre databases. It's with SQL Server databases, or with many more databases too. After configuring your databases, you can configure your SonarCube web server, you can tell the SonarCube to use which host configuration or to listen on which port number. After configuring the web server, you might need to, as you can see, as I'm sliding this file, you can see that SonarCube have SSO authentication support, it have LDAP configuration support. It has Elasticsearch. Of course, SonarCube in the backstage is working with Elasticsearch. You can configure the Elasticsearch and define the port number or the host number of Elasticsearch to connect the SonarCube to your custom Elasticsearch databases, or even you can configure the logging mechanism in SonarCube and many more configuration that you can have inside your SonarCube. I'm going to run the SonarCube using the in-memory databases because I'm going to have just a demo of the SonarCube to you. So let's close the SonarCube. In order to start the SonarCube and make the servicing, you can navigate to the bin folder inside your desired operating system folder. For example, inside the Windows folder, there is a file named starsonar.bat. If you run this file, after some time, you will see that SonarCube is getting up and starts servicing to you. And if you navigate to the local host, the port 9000, this is the predefined and the default port number for SonarCube. Of course, you can change the address and port number of SonarCube. As I mentioned before, you can reconfigure this configuration using the sonar.properties files. Okay, as you see, my SonarCube is up and it's running, it's ready to analyze my source code. Okay, it's enough up to here. Let's get back to my source code. I have a sample source code here, which has some different code with different code smell problems. For example, the cyclomatic complex.cs file is a CS file with a method which has a high cyclomatic complexity, or there is another file named depths of inheritance, which is a sample file. It's going to show me that some classes have very huge depths of inheritance inside them, or duplication 1 or duplication 2 are two codes which are exactly the same with each other. And I'm going to find out these duplications during my quality gates. Or I have a lines of code file, which is a method with huge number of files. As you can see in this method, clearly it's not adhere to the salt principles. For example, I have a method named calculate, but the method calculate itself is going to doing the shipping cost duty, or it's responsible for the total order cost calculation duty. Of course, in order to rewrite this method, it would be better to separate these implementations. But as I told you, these are some demo source codes, and I'm going to show you the problem inside these codes using the SonarCube code analyzer. And I have a program that's CS file, a very simple file. I have committed this code into my Azure DevOps located at dev.azure.com/farahmanuel/git quality 2023. I've also created a build pipeline for my source code. The name of my build pipeline is PR validation pipeline. It's only the name of my pipeline. Let's edit the pipeline to see what's inside my pipeline. It's a very simple pipeline with one build task. Apparently, it will only build my source code without doing any source code analyzing. This is my sample pipeline. Again, let's navigate to the branch section of my source code. I have a main branch, which I assume it as my production branch or as my principal branch. Of course, as this branch is my principal branch, I need to protect this branch from unintended or from lower quality codes. In order to protect my branch, I need to click on these three dots and navigate to the branch policies page. In branch policy page, as you can see, I have previously configured some branch policies on my main branch. For example, I've defined that in order to change to be merged into my main branch, the pull request should have a required minimum number of reviewers. And I specified that one reviewer should review the change before merging the source branch with my main branch. And if I slide down this page, there is a very important section inside this page, is build validation section. Build validation section here, of course, I'm going to use this build validation to build the change before merging the change into my main branch. It's very useful to do the code analysis in this point of the pipeline. For example, when a pull request has been registered from developers, before the pull request could be merged into the main branch, the build validation process will start, and it will automatically start building my project. It will automatically analyze my source codes and checking the quality gates. And if everything's okay and everything seems to be valid, then the pull request could be completed. In this build validation, I've linked my build pipeline with build validation. As you can see, the PR validation pipeline is linked in build validation. If I click on this, I can see that this build policy will be triggered automatic whenever the source branch is getting updated. And this policy is a required policy. It means that if this policy fails, no one can force continue the pull request mechanism. It's required and it should be done for all pull requests among my pipelines. After defining some branch policies over my principal branch, I need to manage the permissions on this branch. So again, I need to click on 3 dots on my main branch and navigate to the branch security section. In the branch security section, as you can see, I've removed the contributor user groups from this branch. It means that the developers or the users who are member of the contribution security group are not able to push change directly to the main branch. If we navigate to the project settings and go to the permission or go to the repository section, I can see the code quality conference repository here. And if I go to the security section, I can see that the contributor security group has access to create branch. It's very important in this pipeline. It means that any contributor can create their own branch, plus, as we have defined previously, the contributors does not have access to contribute on main branch. However, the contributors totally have a contribute access. They can contribute in this repository, but specifically they cannot contribute to the main branch because I've removed their access from the main branch. So totally, this permission set means that the contributors totally can contribute to this repository. They can create branch, but they cannot contribute to the main branch. So if they want to send their change to the production, they need to create their own branch. They need to define a new pull request. So when the pull request has been created and registered, my pipeline will start running and will start analyzing my code and the quality gates with checking the criteria, the rules, and different metrics, and will check different metrics. And if everything will be okay, the pull request could be merged with the main branch. And after merging the pull request with my main branch, the production continuous integration pipeline or continuous delivery pipelines can start and deploy the codes to the production environment. So this is an overall descriptions of the mindset we are going to follow in this session. So let's get back to the pipeline. Let's go to the edit mode of pipeline. As I told you, I have my pipeline here. It has only build task in my pipeline. There is no code quality checking inside my pipeline. So I need to change my pipeline. I need to add the Sonar Cube to my pipeline to check my source code and to analyze the quality of my source codes. In order to add this Sonar Cube to my pipeline, it's really easy to work with the Sonar Cube. First, I need to log into the Sonar Cube. At the first page of the Sonar Cube, I can select I can tell the Sonar Cube where my source codes have been located. Apparently, my source codes are located in Azure DevOps. I click on Azure DevOps. It will start logging me into Azure DevOps, checking my repositories and listing all my repositories here. I can select and tell the Sonar Cube to analyze which of my repositories. Of course, I'm going to analyze the code quality COM 2023 repository. I select it and then click on setup selected repository. Okay. At the next stage, the SonarQube asks me, how do you want to analyze your repository? Of course, I'm going to analyze my repository using the Azure pipelines. I can select other CIs. For example, I can analyze my source code in other continuous integration tools, but I'm going to analyze my code using the Azure pipelines. I select the Azure pipelines. SonarQube will navigate me to the next page, where step by step it will direct me to configuring my pipelines in order to connect it to SonarQube and start analyzing my source code. So click on continue. As SonarQube said, you need to define a service connection in Azure DevOps. Of course, we use the service connections in Azure DevOps to connect the Azure DevOps to any third-party tools. Of course, SonarQube in place is a third-party tool, so we need to connect Azure DevOps to SonarQube. In order to make this connection possible, we need to define a service connection. As it said, I need to go to the project settings page and also navigate to the service connection menu. Okay, let's go to the service connection. Let's duplicate this tab. Okay, go to the project settings. I need to go to the service connection section. Okay, here it's tell me that create a new connection of type SonarQube. I need to click on create service connection, and from this list select the SonarQube. The next step is tells me that enter your SonarQube server URL. Of course, my server URL is HTTP localhost 9000. I copy this URL and paste it in the server URL section. Then I need to provide a token. This token is used to authenticating the Azure DevOps SonarQube in the backstage. In the fifth step, it tells me that copy the generated token to your Azure DevOps. So let's click on a generated token to generate a new token, and then copy this token and paste it in the token field. Then I need to give my connection a name. For example, let's name it as my Sonar, and grant access to all pipelines to use the service connection and save the service connection. Okay, then let's click on continue. The next step, SonarQube asked me that what type of source code you are going to analyze. Of course, this section has the direct dependency with the license, with the SonarQube license which you are using. SonarQube has different licensing mechanisms. For example, it has developer edition, it has enterprise edition, it has data center editions. These all licensing has some difference on the supported language. I'm using the enterprise edition of SonarQube on my device, and I can select the .NET as my codes. Of course, as I showed you, my source codes have been written using the .NET framework. I click on .NET framework. Again, SonarQube step by step starts illustrating me how can I use the SonarQube inside my pipeline. It's say that in Azure DevOps, create or edit a build pipeline. Okay, we have a build pipeline, so we need to edit our pipeline and add a prepare analysis configuration task before your build task. This sentence is very important. You need to put the prepare analysis configuration before your build task. So let's get back to the pipeline. Click on my agent job and add a new task. I need to add a SonarQube prepare task. It's here, prepare analysis configuration. Let's add it to my pipeline. As I told you, you need to put this task before your build. In order to configure this task, I need to tell this task to connect to SonarQube using which service connections. In this drop-down menu, I can select the Sonar service connection, which I have created so far. I select my Sonar connection here, and in project key section, I need to again provide another token to my pipeline, which distinguish my project from other project in the SonarQube. If I get back to the SonarQube, it provides me the project key here. As you can see, I copy this SonarQube key and paste it here. The rest of the configuration for prepare analysis on SonarQube are optional, so I ignore them and I continue to design my pipeline. In the third step, in the second step, SonarCube told me that add a new run code analysis task after your build task. So I'm going to add the Sonar code analysis after my build task. It will collect my build results. It will be start analyzing my source codes. And if I want to publish the code analyzing results inside my build pipeline, I also need to add the SonarCube publish task to my pipeline too, as stated in a third step. Add a new publish quality gate result to your pipeline. Of course, adding this task to your pipeline is optional. As I said, if you want to publish your code analysis result inside your build pipeline, you need to add the publish SonarCube task. If you do not need to publish your SonarCube results into your build pipeline, you do not need to add this task. You can omit it from your pipeline. But let's add it to our pipeline and see what's its impact. Publish quality gate result, I'm going to add it to my pipeline. As you can see, run code analysis and publish quality gate results has no configuration, and we do not need to configure them in order to work with SonarCube. Any configuration needed to analyzing our codes is placed in the prepare analysis on SonarCube and in SonarCube itself. After preparing our build pipeline, I can click on finish this tutorial. And again, as you can see in SonarCube tells me that it's waiting for the first analysis to come in. Okay, let's save this pipeline. Now I have a pipeline with a prepare analysis, the SonarCube, build task, run code analysis, and publish quality gate results. And as I stated before, this pipeline, I have added this pipeline to my branch policy. Here in branch policy menu, I've linked it to my build validation. So this pipeline will start during the pull request. And also, please take into account that this pipeline in the trigger section does not check. We do not need to check the enable continuous integration checkbox here, because we do not need to trigger this pipeline whenever our branch has been changed. We're going to run this pipeline whenever pull request has been registered. So we do not need to select enable continuous integration checkbox here. So our pipeline is ready. Let's get back to the source code and let's create a new branch. I'm going to create a new branch. Let's call it, for example, feature 1. This branch is based on main branch. Okay, then go to the feature 1 branch and let's change our code. For example, the cyclomatic complexity. I'm going to change this code. Okay, and commit my change to the feature 1 branch. Okay. Now suppose that our change have been finished and I need to register a pull request in order to merge my change with main branch. So let's get back to the branch page. Here in the branch page, in the branch grid, you can see that my feature 1 branch has one change which is not located in the main branch. In order to merge them, I need to define a pull request. Let's click on these 3 dots and select the new pull request. And then click on create. Okay, I've created the pull request, and as you can see, the build validation pipeline has started checking my source code. Let's click on the details link. As you can see, my PR validation pipeline starts running. I can see the details of pipeline, which is running here too. Let's get inside it and watching what's going on. Prepare analysis on SonarCube has been done successfully. It's now starts building my project. Okay, it's finished. It starts the run code analysis task. Let's wait until this pipeline location has been finished. It's getting finished. Okay, the code analysis also finished and starts publishing the quality gates results. Of course, putting the published quality gates result into your pipelines will will impact the pipeline's total performance. So you need to add it if you really need it, because it will, as I told you, it will impact the overall performance of pipeline. Let's wait to this stage to finish. Okay, it's been finished too. No, it's getting finished. Okay, the pipeline invocation has been finished. As you can see, pipeline executed and run successfully without any error. Let's get back to the pull request. The quality gate also has been passed, and our validation pipeline is also completed successfully. As I showed you, the main branch has a branch policy which require at least one reviewer, and it's waiting for one reviewer to review the change. After reviewing the change, I can decide what to do with this pull request. To complete it, it means that to merge the change with the main branch, or I can abandon the pull request, remove it, or reject it. Without doing anything, let's get back to the SonarQube and see what's going on inside the SonarQube. If I get back to SonarQube and go to the projects menu, I can see my projects defined here. Let's click on the project. Here in the branch section, I need to navigate to my pull request. If I click on the pull request, I can see that the quality gate has been passed. However, my code has around 14 new bugs are located inside my code. It has 24 new code smells. It has 27.27% duplication on my source codes. And if I click on each of these issues, I can view the details of the issue. For example, it says that the, let's find, for example, move J into named namespace. If I click it, it will show me that this class is not located inside any namespace. Or I can even go to the other sections. For example, let's take a look at the code smells. For example, it says that the calculate method does not access an instance data and can be marked as a static. I can make this method as a static. Let's get back to the overview. So as you see, I have proposed some change. I proposed a pull request. After proposing the pull request, the quality gate starts analyzing my source codes, and it told me that the code quality gate is okay. It means that your overall quality of code is okay, and you can proceed with merging your branch, merging your feature branch with the main branch. But as I take a look at the detailed information of the code analysis, I found out that my source code really is not very okay, and I need to reconfigure the quality gates and redefine some rules in order to better protect my source codes. In order to define the quality gates, I can navigate to the quality gate section, and as I can see here, there's two different quality gates here. One .NET gate is a custom gate which I define myself, and SonarWay is a built-in quality gate. And if I take a look at my project and go to here in the project section, if I navigate to the quality gate, I can see that my source code is going to be analyzed using the .NET gate. .NET gate itself has only two analyzing mechanisms. It's analyzing my source code based on code smells and duplicate lines, and if the code smells is greater than 3, it will fail my pipeline, and if duplicate lines greater than 5, it will fail my quality gate. But as I can remember, the code smells and duplicate lines of my source code has a number larger than these 3 or 5 numbers. That's because of these sentences that's located here. That's condition on overall code only applied to branch. But we're working with pull requests, so we need to change these metrics. In order to change these metrics, I need to add a condition and say my condition that the condition is going to perform on only new code. New code means that this condition will be applied over my pull request. So in a new code, I'm going to say that, okay, code smells. If the code smells is greater than 3, then please fail the quality gate. Or I can add another condition to my code. For example, if the duplicate code, or if the duplicated lines is greater than 5, then fail the quality gates. Okay, I've changed my quality gate. I can get back to my pull request. Let's abandon this pull request. Okay, get back to branch and propose a new pull request. Okay, create. And again, it starts to running my pipeline and checking my quality gates. And that's what's happening inside my quality gate with these two new conditions which I added to my quality gates. Let's wait and see what's going on this pipeline. Okay, it has been finished. Come on. Okay, the pipeline finished finally. Okay, as you can see in the pull request validation process, the quality gate failed, and it signals the reviewer that please take into account that this code does not adhere to the minimum quality definitions that we have defined in our quality gates. So the reviewer, please take it into account, and if you found the quality gate has been failed, please reject the change in order to prevent the lower quality codes to be integrated into our main branch. This is really useful in order to managing our qualities during our pipelines. Of course, we can simulate this process without using any tools. We can check the code quality using our developers or using our tech leads. But these manual procedures always have very limited quality, and they're not really good option for practical and enterprise applications. Of course, using tools in order to automating some processes in our software development will be higher our quality, and it will be gives us a software with lower bugs or with the lower defects inside it. I hope you enjoyed this session. David, I'm with you. If there's a question, I'm here to answer that questions. I think it's over.
That was a great session. I was thinking we need more of you on Teams because this stuff is really important, and the things you showed with Sonar Cube and things like that. Unfortunately, I hate to say this, that most teams that hire me don't do any of this stuff, right? And it's probably one of the reasons they hire me. But things like this, that check during the build process and things like that are. I tell people all the time, this has to be part of your pipeline, is checking it during the build process. You can't rely on people doing it. It has to be an automated process that, spits out a report, and you stop things if it's not, the certain levels like you were talking about.
Of course, as I told you, yes, I really agree with you, David. Of course, you are really high experience and high qualified developer. This is not. We cannot replace you, especially with any other tools. This is something separate.
Well, that's one thing I tell people when I do, talk about quality in my sessions and things, is that, we have all these tools, but these two things are the best thing, attached to your brain to really do it, right? You still need your eyes and your brain, to make sure everything is doing correctly and set it up and all those things, right?
Yeah, that's really. Of course, automation nowadays. Automation is really key to success.
Yes,
automation. Yeah, it's playing a really significant role in our software development process. Yes.
Yeah. So, So you didn't have any questions, but that's okay. So everybody reach out to him afterwards, if you have questions like that. So if there's to before you go, like if there's like one thing you can stress to people about code quality, what would that be?
The one thing that I can suggest to people is that please solve your problem with the simplest solutions possible, with the possible simplest solutions. Do not solve a problem with a complex solution. The complexity does not mean that you are a great developer. In contrast, you are a great developer whenever you solve a very complex problem with a very simple solution. So
Yes.
The simplicity is really key for our success. For it will lower our maintenance costs, it will higher our quality, it will reduce the number of bugs, and it's really valuable for any software project. So I can suggest to every developer that please solve the problems with the simplest solutions possible.
Yes, and because they're easy to understand and then, modify in the future, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Well, I got to let you go because we got to go to the next session. So thank you so much for being on this conference. Your session was awesome. And I personally can't wait to go back and watch it again. So.
Thank you. I would like to thank the CSharpCorner. I would like to, David, thank you, especially from you, for organizing this conference. I hope to see you and all our friends one day personally in person. So
yes.
See you very soon. Goodbye.
Okay. Thank you so much. That was a really great session. I was listening while I was doing some other things. That's why I'm going to have to go back and watch it again. But from what I heard, it was really great session, and so I hope everybody got something out of it. So this is our third annual Code Quality Conference. I don't know if you've all have come before, but I'm glad you're here. Please tell your friends, send them a link right now to watch the conference live, because that's how you get to answer questions. Get to ask questions and get answers from the experts, that are on the conference today. So, this is your conference. You need to ask questions to get the most out of it. And if you don't get your question answered, make sure you tweet at the speaker. I'm sure they'll be able to help you out, because, we have limited time. We can't answer everybody's questions. So the last two conferences were watched by over 90,000 views. And so that's really awesome. Before I bring on the next speaker, I want to talk a little bit about the Voice of Slum. You all know, if you follow me or watch my show or anything like that, that the Voice of Slum is super important to me, and I work really hard to raise money for them in a number of ways, including diverting all the profit from one of my books to them. So, and then Joe and I, Joe is our first speaker today. Joe G and Magnus and I actually visited the Voice of Slum last October and brought them computers so the kids can learn and also learn how to use computers, which I think is awesome. And so Dave and Chandy do an awesome job. And so if you have anything you can spare and give to them, please go to thevoiceofslum.org right now and donate some money before our next speaker comes on, which actually is it's about 1 minute. I also want to promote my show, Rockin' the Code World with .NET Dave. It's twice monthly now, and where I have leaders from all over the world, including from Microsoft and other big tech companies, on the show to share their knowledge, and we have some fun too. We're always laughing and having a good time on a Saturday morning. So I hope you'll watch next week. I have one of my longtime friends. I've known him since the 90s, Carl Franklin, who's the expert at Blazor, is going to be on next week. So make sure you set your calendar to watch that episode. I can't wait to catch up with Carl. And with that, I want to bring on the infamous Mahesh to do the next session. Welcome,
Hey.
Mahesh.
Hey, David, good morning, good afternoon. I think you are good morning there.
Yeah, it's still morning here. Hey, Simon, I hope my intro has got rock music, not easy listening. Just letting
Sleeping
you
music.
know.
Yeah, I think I need to look at the intro. I think we need to verify these intros. There's a bunch of information needs to be changed.
Yeah, well, that's okay. But
Yeah.
I think we're doing I think it's great that we actually have intros because most conferences don't even do that. So that's why I actually make my own intros when I speak at conferences because conferences never have intros. So
Yeah.
and I like to be introduced. So but that's just me. So today you're going to be talking about architecture, which is super important to all applications, and something that unfortunately I don't see enough of, and so I'm really looking forward to the session. So I want to stop talking and give it over to you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Let's see if I can figure out how to drive the screen. So I think I have to get out from here maybe. Yep.
Is that an old picture? You look really young.
Everything is old, David. Even we are old.
I know.
You see my screen. Okay, so I can really go through screen and this together. So you are seeing my screen, but then I won't see this. All right, I'll just see the screen then, David. Thank you. Let me get started, and I'll see you in soon. So everybody, welcome to this. I think this is what fifth session of today, this Code Quality Conference. Thank you, David, for having me at this Code Quality Conference. This is amazing. You're doing this for 30 years in a row. Today, I'm going to talk about how to build secure first software. And secure first is term I just coined out there. And then I'm also going to bring a guest a little later. Simon, just watch out for Praveen Malik. He's going to come. He can join the show whenever he's available, but I'm going to bring him a little after 25 minutes or so. Praveen is actually a vice president and senior security professional, works with large corporations, and right now he's a vice president of security at a big bank. So he will talk about some as well. So yeah, let's get this started. My name is Mahesh Chand. I'm founder of CSharpCorner, the community that's bringing this conference. I also founded Mindcracker Inc. It's a consulting firm here in Philadelphia. My background is software architect, so I work a lot of software architecture when we are building new software, and that's how I got to learn all these tips and tricks which we are going to share. We are going to learn today here in this session is so what are we going to learn in this session and who is this for? This session is for software architects, software developers, anybody who wants to learn how to build secure software. And we will also a little bit talk about what is security first design principle is. What does that mean? You're going to learn how to build a secure front ends, what you look for when you're building secure backend, talk about some IT security. And then I'm going to add some twist to this security is how current AI and blockchain can add the layer of security to your software. And I'm sure you have heard of AI and blockchain by now. AI and blockchain are going to play a major role when you're building a secure software. So let's get started. So what is security first design principle? This is not nobody invented this called security first design principle. I just created this term just to separate my session. So the idea with the security first design principle is when you are building, think about when you're starting a new project, when you're starting a new software project, it can be a website, it can be a mobile app, it can be an enterprise app, it can be a large system with multiple apps. So when we are designing this first time as software architects, we don't put security as a part of our design and architecture phase. Security first design principle says that security needs to be part of your design and architecture phase. It cannot come later. Right now, in most cases, what we do is we build the software using some of the one or more of those frameworks, and then we think of security later. And we rely a lot more on IT security. As a software architects and developers, we automatically assume that when we are building this app, it's going to be secure by the IT security of that company or cloud hosting and so on and so forth. But that's exactly where we get it wrong. As a software architects and developers, it is also our responsibility to build secure software. Hopefully that makes sense. Also, please feel free to ask your question, post your questions. I'm going to take these questions a little later part of this session. I'm not going to show you any coding here. I'm not going to show you any hands-on. All I'm going to do is talk through these, that as an architect, when you're building a new software, what you need to think and write. There's detailed articles are already published on these topics on CSharpCorner. So if you want to go learn how to do that, how it's being done, there is a bunch of articles I have written and some other authors have written on CSharpCorner. So anyway, first point is that when you are designing and architecting a new product, you need to think about security at that point right there and make that as a part of your design and architecture phase. Second is enterprise-wide awareness of security is very important. What I'm seeing again and again, and we all seeing this again and again, that entire enterprise does not know or concern or understand the security. Everybody, at least in your IT team, should know. Either it's a back-end developer, front-end developer, engineers, architects, DevOps, testers, even IT guys. They may not involve in design and architecture phase. They may not involve in security decisions, but they should all understand what software security is, what are the consequences if you don't write a secure software. If more awareness we build within organization, better I think we will build these systems. And give you an idea, the security is probably one of the major concern in IT field today. There was a survey there that 65% of CTO and CIOs they can't sleep because of their security of their data and their applications. That's a big number. And there's billions of dollars being spent each year on not only just giving money to the hackers, but also figuring out how to secure their data. Billions. It's a big number out there. Also, there is going to be a big shortage of actually security professionals in coming time. So this is also a good field for anybody, young students or somebody's trying to get into IT space. Security is a big area where there's going to be a big demand coming up. It's right now there's a lack of security professionals. So let's get this going. So this gives you a little idea when to me, what I'm trying to make here is that whenever you're designing a new software, make sure you spend a little bit of time on security. So let's talk about the software security. When you think of software security, there are 5 major areas where you need to think that how to secure these areas. There's a front end, back end, databases, servers, and network. And each of these security is managed and implemented by different people. It's not just one person that does all of the security. Okay, that's where we get it wrong. We think that as a software developer, and I used to be the same way. As a software developer back in the day, I used to think is that all I have to do is build an application, build a website, and then my company IT security team is separate. They will take care of it. But that's another problem, is that in bigger, large corporations, the IT teams that manages security, they don't really talk to developers. Because they don't talk to each other, that's when there is a gap between understanding the security as a whole. So communication between these two teams is very important. Either you are a DBA, either you are a IT security, either you are a cybersecurity, you are a developer, you are trying to build secure app. They all have to think as it's an enterprise wide application implementation. Okay, that's how we have to think. So in this today's session, what I'll do is I'll run through these front end, back end, all these areas, and how to, some of the tips out there, what you can do to build these secure, all these, think of this like you have a home. In your home, you have these 5 windows and doors: front end, back end, and APIs, databases, servers, and network. Then how do you secure all of them? If one of them is not secure, if you're, let's say you have a home and it has 11 doors and windows, and one window, a small window, is open, hackers can just get in there, thieves can come in there from that one window and steal it. It doesn't matter if your rest of the 10 windows and doors are secure. Makes sense? Hopefully that makes sense. All right, so front-end security, and a lot of people think that the hackers always come direct to the servers or databases and they hack their applications. But what we learn in recent data is that majority of a hack happens actually from the front end, from the applications, through applications. And that's why I'm keep saying that build secure software. Your app can be the gateway to these hackers to come in. Even though your IT is amazing, they have done secure all the things, but hackers can come through your application. So here are some 8 of these top things you should look for or implement when you think about front end security. First of all, make sure that all websites, connection strings, public facing, anything you have, they are secure HTTPS. And so the all data transfer is secure and encrypted. At least that should be the first thing. Second thing is very important. What I see again and again and again, a lot of developers, they put their connection strings or login credentials somehow, some way, in unencrypted way in the application files. That's totally wrong, because somebody just get into your config file or your setup or whatever file you're storing them, or even in the code, or even in the I see some web developers storing plain readable connection string in Java, these HTML and JavaScript files. That's a very easy invitation to hackers. All they need to do is get access to your files, and now they can just read your connection string and go to your database. Then third thing is enforce complex passwords and rules. That's very important. And again, IT may do that, but this is also a role of software developers. And I'm still building software, building these apps, and none of the developers start with implementing these complex passwords unless I go back and say, hey, these are the rules for passwords. So when you are architecting your new software, you make sure that all these are written there for developers, that what kind of complex password you want to implement, where do you want to store your connection string, are they encrypted or not, same thing HTTPS, right? If you are asking user to put some inputs, you make sure you have captcha and other tools, and make sure the bots are not enabled. Like sometimes you can disable any external bots, you have to put extra file on there. So even Google and all that, they are not tracking your public facing websites. OWASP is another great way to learn about some of the security. If you go search OWASP, there is a website dedicated to that. It has some industry standards. And there's tool to test that too for your, so check that out. That will help you as well. Number 6 is, so I'm sure some of you understand client-side coding versus server-side coding. And these recently, because of JavaScript and browsers are being so powerful these days, there's a lot more coding going on client side versus the server side. So more and more developers are executing their code JavaScript in the browser, and there's a lot of JavaScript there. The JavaScript is #1 programming language used, right? So when you put your code and execute in a client side, this has more chance of hacking than compared to your code being executed on server side. because servers are more secure. So just think about, if you're building something very, very secure, so the security, you have some data that you don't want to expose to the entire hackers, try to see, can I implement this server side? So some of your code can execute on the server side rather than on the client side. And exception and error handling, they have to be part of from day one. I see that again and again and again, because developers trying to rush things, and they're like, oh, let's get the functionality done and put it out there. We will come back and implement these later. The later never comes. Some companies have best practices. They are good design practices. Their architects are great. They're following them, but I see most of us don't. But again, just because your company doesn't have a standard doesn't mean you as a software developer or architect cannot enforce within your project. This is very important. And definitely don't rely on server security. You cannot just say that, oh, my IT is going to secure everything, I'm not worried about it, all I have to do is build an app. So based on my 25 years of experience working and writing, building the software for enterprises, these are some of the 8 things I found that we as software developers must focus on these things. So, okay, so we learn about app front-end security. Now let's talk about data security. Data security, again, data is probably the most important part. If most people, most hackers or anybody, they're going after the data, right? They don't want to really steal your code. They want to have access to code so they can really get to the data. Data is the one in your databases that has, what they're really looking for. Either it's a credit card information or is it your healthcare data, whatever it is, that's really they're trying to get to. So here are 7 tips that I think as a software developers or DBAs or data professionals or data developers, if we can implement some of these, this will help, right? So encrypt sensitive data. That's when I look at any software application. Recently, we're trying to acquire or purchase this software product, and I found that the code is written is so unsecure that we can't deal with this. So make sure any data that's stored in databases is sensitive, should be encrypted. And these days, database already have these features. You don't have to write extra code. You don't have to do much about it. So for example, if you are storing a, I don't know, date of birth, social security, credit card information, password, those columns should be encrypted from the database side already. So if I go and log into my database, I don't think I should be able to read those. SQL injections, and that's where, when I was talking about in my last slide, is the front end. 62% of cyber attacks actually happen through SQL injections. So do not use, my choice is do not use embedded SQL. Yes, and then if there is some data where you want, this is new thing, number 4 is new thing. If there is a data that you don't want anybody to tamper with or change with, it's like for audit purposes, you like this data can never be changed, then Microsoft launched something called SQL Ledger. Check that out. It's a service, it's a database service on Azure, where it's an immutable ledger. It's similar to what the blockchains use. That means once you write a transaction or once a row is written in that database, nobody can ever go change or delete that. And that's very useful for some applications where you're trying to make sure that there cannot be fraud or changes later. If something is done, it's just done there, it's written there. And then number 5 is make sure you have, so number 5 is, it's funny, when a lot of companies, the application developers and senior developers, they also manage databases. When they manage databases, they're using the same admin login for everything. They use same login for the connection string. They use same login to give access to themselves or developers. So this is totally wrong. I think you should have separate roles and users. for applications. If there are multiple applications, they should have different users for those, and they should have access to those data only. So if you have, for example, multiple applications running from the single database, then application roles, the user roles should be defined so application-based users can have access to that data only. So think about that's how it should be architected. And yeah, keep by default access. By default, it should be read only for all users. For example, if you want to give one user access write only or edit permission on, say, one table, then enable on that only, not just enable on the entire database. So that will have some like secure, at least some kind of security on your backend side. Yeah, apps, definitely app logins, DBAs, admins, developers, they all should have different logins. If there are 5 people in the team, you should have 5 logins. Don't give everybody same logins, otherwise it's hard to really track who did what happens, what application had these problems, and so on and so forth. All right, keep those comments coming, guys. Hopefully I'm making some sense. Just keep those comments coming. We will take your comments in the end of this session. All right, backend and API security, similar to the front end and database. Backend is also very important. Same with the API. Make sure you secure API. Token-based authentication is the way to go right now. You also separate read-only versus write-only APIs, unless, some you can't really, depending on the architecture of the API. But if you are able to implement only, for example, if you're building an API just read-only for public, just just keep it separate. Don't mix read-only and write API together. Or you have to figure out that users who are accessing don't have those, post permissions, just the get permissions, right? Obviously, do not share store sensitive data in plain text. That's how we also discussed in the previous two. So you remember Twitter got hacked and millions of users, the password got stolen because they were storing their password in a plain text file. No, so do not store this kind of data in plain text. Validation is very important. Make sure that a lot of hacks happen because the UI in the backend, they don't do validation on these parameters and data being input. Logging and exceptions are very important. Make sure they're implemented. This was also mentioned in the previous screens. Make sure you use password hash and secure token. That's again, you're encrypting all sensitive data. Never expose sensitive data in URLs. Sometimes, we are passing these login credentials in the URLs, user IDs or whatever. That should not be there. And then try to implement some of the industry standard, authorization and authentication mechanisms. A lot of frameworks like Microsoft has their own. You can use those. You can also integrate some of the external, security log in these third-party APIs, OAuth and bunch of others are out there. You can implement those. Timestamp is important for all requests. So even in the backend, so at least you know what time, what user called what API. They are pretty standard. It just make sure you have a checklist of these. So when you are architecting and building these in the software or writing code, see if you have check. Make sure you have checked all of them. All right, now let's talk about server security. Servers are backend securities, right? So, and then this is pretty standard. It's not something I didn't really invent this part. They're pretty standard out there. Make sure you have latest security patches and updates installed every day almost, or every week. There's a lot of patches coming out with new fixing new problems and hacks and all those. Make sure you install those latest patches. Obviously, firewall and ports are. This is not really for software developers, but I put this slide anyway. But third point is good with developers and architects. Make sure you have separate environments for dev, Q, and prod. And also you have separate users too, actually. I see the same users' login passwords are being used in QA, dev, prod. Yeah, it's good. It's easy for us not to, but sometimes this could lead to this hack because you know, developers store these passwords in text files. They send an email. They share on their Skype chat. They share on Slacks, and so on and so forth. So hard drives, when data is being stored, make sure you have different read and write permission files, because some you just don't read only, only few you need write only. So you don't try not to use the same drive. For example, if you have a large storage where you're storing files and only few people have access to write permissions, maybe you want to have also separate the storage as well. Disable script by default. These are already by default done for you from your IT department, but just not as a developer or architect. You want to make sure that these checks are there. These are already taken care for you. Limited number of have access. Separate database and web servers. Yes, that's another thing. If you can do it, I know for a smaller application and startups, it's hard to do sometimes, but databases should be separate than web servers. And again, regularly monitor app logs, server logs, traffic. That should be part of this. Even as an architect of an application, you should be monitoring, checking out what's going on with your application, its health. These days, if you are deploying applications, say on cloud like Azure or AWS, they already have services there that can give you all this information. Yeah, and audits, right? Audits very important. I think every year, every company that is managing this sensitive data, for example, insurance and bank and accounts, they do these regular audits. I don't think as a developer you can do anything here. This is more like a IT policy, but they should be happening regularly. So now there are two things I'm going to add here. These are new for some of you. If you are already know that how blockchain and AI can actually help you build secure software. So blockchain, if you don't know much about, I have written a detailed article on blockchain, multiple of them on CSharpCorner. And if you search what is blockchain on CSharpCorner, you will see that so it's actually really good for securing data. That's what it's for, really, because data is decentralized and distributed, and data is stored on multiple nodes. So hackers, even they try to come hack into one of the computers, they just can't do that. They use blockchain uses cryptography from the scratch. So each block contains a cryptographic hash. So if somebody's trying to mess around with one of the blocks and data, it's impossible in blockchain. Blockchain is immutable and tamper resistant. What does that mean? That means you can't just go and edit any record there. You can not delete data there. It just, you can only add to it. And it uses consensus mechanism. So even before data can be updated or added to the blockchain, there is a consensus mechanism that multiple these nodes running the blockchain, they have to agree and then approve before the data can be written on blockchain. It increases transparency and auditability. So AI is also, a lot of companies are already using AI in security. Microsoft has been doing this, and they're adding more they're on their Azure platform. But even IT companies use AI tools a lot now, and they can help you in these threat detection preventions. Like AI algorithms can be used to analyze large amount of data, for example, your log files, network traffic, and even user behavior. As a matter of fact, we are using on CSharpCorner, we are building the next platform, next version of next iteration of CSharpCorner, and AI is a big part of us. So we are using user behavior big time in that. So next CSharpCorner platform launch is using both blockchain and AI. Malware detection, again, machine learning is being used, or deep learning being used for identifying this. There is security automation and auto responses, user authentication behavior. So these are some of the points you can think about building a next generation software that is secure. That's what point you can make these notes. I'm happy to share even these slides to give you some list of the points to consider. So let's bring our guest now. I think we are right on time. It's been 30 minutes. I kind of tried to run through that. Bring our guest, Praveen Malik, here, and we will talk to him about some of the. Uh, okay, somebody's calling. What's going on here? Stop sharing. I think I can stop sharing. Let me do that. Hey, Praveen. Praveen, can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Hi everyone, this is Praveen Malik. Can you hear me?
Yes. Are you on audio, not on video?
Please let me know if you guys can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. I guess you can hear us. But you
Okay,
can't hear us, right? So
so
that's not
as we
good.
were talking about the application security, so I think Mahesh already conveyed a lot of informations about the application security. So there are various tools are there for the application security. Some of the names of that very popular tools are the Veracode. Veracode is basically an application security platform that performs various different type of analysis, which include static analysis, dynamic analysis, software composition analysis, interactive application security testing, and penetration testing. So it also provide that on-demand expertise and aim to help the complex vulnerability fixes. Then second tool is the Qualys. The Qualys is a cloud platform which is earlier called as the Qualys Guard. It is basically a San Francisco-based company which is having various different modules, which include the vulnerability management, where means from the servers or you can validate that vulnerabilities from there. Then it is also having cloud testing, so where you can validate that cloud vulnerabilities from the container and others. And then means application security uh, related issues also it can validate. It also having a policy compliance where it will look into that the settings, whether we are having the right settings into the systems, and validate that with the industry standard like NIST based compliances, whether we all the settings are as per the NIST compliance or any other compliances, we can validate against that one. And then another is, module is web application security. In that security, it will validate end-to-end application security, which include the web application, the backend connectivity to the databases, and it can also validate some of the security-based application or code-based security as well. So that is really a good tool to use it. Then another other tools could be the SonarQube. SonarQube is a basically it is a core component of the Sonar solution. It is a open source solution and a self management tool that systematically helps developers and organization to deliver the clean codes. So in that tool, you just configure your GitHub or the code in that one, run it against it. It will validate that various OWASP 10 top 10 related vulnerabilities in that one, which I was seeing that Mahesh was explaining very clearly that these are, as a developer, we should take care of these top 10 things. And it again means validate against that one, as well as it also validate that the end of the life and other vulnerabilities also, where we can see that means any of these very known vulnerabilities is in the code is available, and if it is, it can map it, and it can tell you that what is the best solution for that. It will also give a kind of a guidance that instead of this code, how you can change to a better secure code. The next tool I can talk about, the Git Guardian. Git Guardian is again internet monitoring help organization to detect and fix the vulnerabilities in source code at every step of software development life cycle. With that Git Guardian policy compliance engine, security team can monitor and enforce the rules across their VCs, DevOps, and infrastructure related vulnerabilities as well. Other tool is one of also popular tool is Armor. It is a cloud mobile uh, security solution. The vendor value proposition is that the solution was proposed, built in, deliver the highest level of defense controls for the application for the organization's critical data. No matter where the data is hosted, uh, we can confidently validate the security settings of these mobile applications. There is again so many are there, but the last one I would like to go with that the VMware App Defense. It is basically a hypervisor native workload protection platform for enterprise virtualization and security teams, and it delivered the most secure virtual infrastructures, which simplify the microsegmentation planning by providing the deep application visibility and a reputable scoring system. With that, it also provide a well, it provides a validation on that what is the priority. Means it can give you that if 10 different vulnerabilities are there in the code, so it will say that okay, you may not have that capability to remediate all of them, so it give you that what should be the priority, and based on that priority you can also give your best effort to remediate those uh, application related vulnerabilities. So I think I got around 10 minutes from Mahesh, so I have already taken it. So giving back to the Mahesh.
That's great, Praveen. Good tools. There's a good number of tools out there, and I'll publish maybe I'll get more details and publish this somewhere list and add a slide. But as you can see, Praveen, he has a real world experience. That's what he does. These are a bunch of the tools IT companies use. I don't expect developers to go and use all these tools, but if you can do one or two and see how to work with IT teams, and maybe just say, hey, can you demo us how you guys use this Sonar Cube and this Qualys tools and all that, so at least you get an idea as a developer that we should think about when we are writing code. Well, thank you, Praveen. Thank you for coming. We'll let you go now, and maybe David can join in back. And then I have a question here. We can take this question. I think so. Yeah, there is. Amos has a question. It's a great question. Says DBA team is required to change password every month. How can developers access connects? Yeah. So I don't think you need to change passwords every month. Number one. Number two, if the developers are usually they're working on dev environments, right? That's where you don't need to change the password at all, because local dev environment, nobody's really accessing your database outside of this environment, right? So that should be fine. You don't need to really change those passwords. And prod passwords will be different. What I was explaining was, maybe I didn't do a good job, is that there should be a row. I think most companies do. They require you to change your password every 3 months. But the prod, for example, prod environment connection strings can be every 6 months, maybe. Where there's a process in place that automatically the connection string is changed when next time application is deployed in 3 or 6 months, just in case. Those are some of the things you have to think. What makes sense for every application, and no one size fits it all, guys, right? No, you have to see your situation, how critical your application is. Do you really need to change the passwords? Yes. You don't. If no, then no. Those were some of the points to consider, and it's, again, you have to think about what works for you and what is better for you. Another question Deepak has: how developers ensure the security of third-party libraries and dependencies? Well, I think Praveen mentioned that there are tools already out there. If you don't have access to the code and you are using a third-party library, that's a great question. Most of the third-party libraries don't really need access to your sensitive data, right? But there can be a bad code written in them. So that's why you have to think: is it an open source library? Is it a library done by some company, or is it by a single person? Is there any run of some of those tools, and those tools will help you tell you that. They kind of give you warnings, and their details will report there, as well as you can also make sure you do research online, search for those tools. I'm sure if there's some hacks, somebody's talking about it. With that said, great questions, guys. I hope, David, your audience learned something from this. I kind of shared some of the tips. We usually see this every day.
Yeah, I did want to comment on the last two comments really quick, and that is, about the connection string. At some companies I've worked at, when we used connection strings and databases for, development or testing, things like that, it's more of a common log on, a username and password, not the individual username and password. So I'm not sure if that will help his situation. And the thing about the third-party libraries, you really need to, I think, worry about a little bit about the security of third-party libraries, because, do you really trust 100%, and especially the open source stuff, right? But the great thing about the open source is you can go look at the code, right? And also some companies out there, depending how big they are, to use any of these libraries, they have to go through a legal process. So like at Verizon, if you want to use anything, it has to go through legal. And so that sometimes can really throw a wrench into things, but still, it's something to think about. Right?
Agree, 100% agree. And I think there are more, when you use any third party in a large company, they run through this security testing. They have tools already. So that's what Praveen was explaining. He runs security of a big bank, right? It's a State Street. It's one of the largest banks globally. So he makes sure that every software they're using or third party they're using, it passes those.
Yeah, that's true. And even at Verizon, they did run security checks on all the, not only the libraries, but they ran it on, the code that we wrote, right? And since Verizon is such a big company, I'm not sure how all this works, but one of their security suites found that the passwords weren't as secure as they need to be, so it actually raised a red flag. And unfortunately, until we got that fixed, Verizon was being fined, money, because they didn't implement the correct security for passwords. And because so
they store sensitive data, right? They have my phone number, they have my date of they have everything pretty much, because every time I call, they're like, what is your date of birth? What is your address? What is your last four of social?
Yeah. And so security is super important, and I hate to say this, but unfortunately, there's, depending on the team and the company, some companies do it well, some companies don't do it great at all, and which is kind of what I see a lot of places. And security, kind of like quality, is kind of an afterthought, and and which, both those topics it should be at the very beginning of the project, right?
Yes.
Not at the end.
Not in the end. Yes. Agree.
Because actually, that's what happened at it's project I architected and wrote for Verizon, is that, for almost the whole length, almost the whole length I was working on the project, I was begging security to tell me what they needed to look at so I can make sure the app is secure. And unfortunately, they didn't really care until like a couple weeks before we released it, which unfortunately that threw a wrench into the whole thing, and we were like a month late.
Yeah.
So yeah, security, and quality needs to be not only at the beginning of the project, but throughout the project.
Throughout the project. Yes, agree.
Yeah.
Yep.
And use tools like you were showing, and other speakers have been showing to make sure that these things are happening. Automated tools, and I think in the next session we'll learn even more about automating quality and things like that.
Yep.
So any more third-party libraries?
Yeah. So Raj.
Oh, how about desktop application security? Yeah.
Well, desktop is easier, right? So because you're not really publicly exposing your application and data, and most of the desktop apps are more like client server apps anyway. So they are easily, because you could just install on desktop and your Windows security can take care of, right? So that's easy part. Yeah. Nobody really, unless you give your desktop or laptop access to everybody, they can log in. Just make sure if you're calling APIs and third parties or backend, then it's secure, like all those connect. We just talked about connection string and APIs and all that.
Yeah. Cool. Yes, most can be decompiled. That's the answer to that one.
So I think the obfuscate was one of the things. You can't compile that, right? At least you couldn't do that. That was one of the things, right? There was a tool in .NET.
Yeah. Well, actually, this is something that I'm going to write an article for CSharpCorner about obfuscation, and I'm trying to figure out, what's the latest way to do it in .NET, because I don't see anybody doing it.
No.
And if you don't obfuscate your DLLs and your assemblies, then people can reverse engineer it and steal all your intellectual property. So
yeah.
Well, I better let you go because I only have like 2 minutes before the next session. So
awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks so much. And thanks for letting us do this conference on the CSharpCorner platform.
No, definitely. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks. All right. Well, we have 2 sessions left. We have one more before mine. So I've got to go eat lunch and prepare during the next one. Simon, can you go to the slides really quick? So this is our 3rd annual Code Quality Conference, and I hope you guys are learning stuff out of it and getting something from it. I hope you're telling your friends about it. We have 2 great sessions. Well, my session is, you'll have to tell me how my session is, but I'm really looking forward to the next one with AI and code analysis, because I haven't actually tried this yet. So I'm really interested in this one. So I'm going to listen really hard while I'm getting ready for my session. And before the next speaker, I want you all to please go to thevoiceofslum.org and please donate whatever you can to this worthy organization. Excuse me. They help the kids from the slums in India. There's a picture of myself and Joe and Magnus there last October, where we brought them 5 computers so the kids can learn. And Dave and Chandy, who founded it and still run this organization, do a really, really awesome job. And they really, really help the kids in the slums in India. And I see that impact, every time I go there. And but they need our support. They don't, I asked Dave once, they don't get enough support from the government. So please go to thevoiceofslum.org and donate whatever you can. I know the kids will really, really appreciate it. So also, please don't forget, I have a show on CSharpCorner called Rockin' the Code World. My special guest next week will be Carl Franklin, who is an expert at Blazor. And so that's what we're going to be talking about for the whole hour next week. So please tune in and check it out, because I don't know if you like Blazor, but I certainly do. All right, let's bring on our next to last speaker. Oh, no video. Sorry. No video. Hey, no, not you. There's no intro. No. I can see you. I'm asking about the intro video. I guess they don't have an intro video for you.
You guys get walk-on music?
Huh?
You guys get walk-on music?
Well, the other speakers had a welcome video, and for some reason I don't know what's going on with yours. Let me see what couldn't find. Oh, he said he couldn't find any pictures of you. Huh. Okay. So
what do we do with this one?
Well, welcome to the Code Quality Conference. I'm really looking forward to your session because I haven't done this yet, and so I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, thank you very much for having me. I haven't done very much on it yet either. Everybody's new to AI, right?
Oops. I love the tunnel vision. There you go.
Yeah. I'm doing this from my laptop on a holiday from a holiday, so apologies. I don't have two screens to nicely see what's going on. So I'm kind of relying on people to tell me if you can see what's going on. So scream if you can't. So are we good?
Yeah, we are good, Kendrick.
All right. So, hi. Thank you for coming. Thank you for having me. I'm here to talk to you about AI versus rule-based static code analysis. I am, and who am I? Why do I have standing to talk to you about this? Look, here's a picture of me. It's the same picture of me that's on everything. I love this picture of me. It looks like I'm Ernest Shackleton. I'm actually on the boat from Neon to Ivoire, going across Lake Geneva in the winter. So I'm Kendrick. I'm Director of Technology Codacy. What Codacy does, I'll cover development, 4-year masters in computer science systems and software engineering, 18 years in software, mostly PHP and JavaScript. Sorry, I did do some C# once in 2011. I hope this is still relevant. I'm a Scrum Master, I'm a game designer, and what I call a thought follower. I don't write posts on LinkedIn with new thoughts, I just consume everybody else's. So that's me. So it's Friday night. We could be here talking about AI, or we could be having a beer. Right, I've actually got a Coke right here. So let's just take a quick check to make sure we're spending our time on some of the features of beer versus AI before we start. So beer is fun. It is easy to overconsume, can get expensive, and it'll lead you to making bad decisions and talking nonsense. On the other hand, AI... Yeah, okay, let's do the talk. Right, so this little bit's going to be salesy. It's not really. You'll see the point in a minute. But what Codacy does is we run static code analysis tools for you on your code, on your repos, and give you the results. And we let you gate your PRs based on them, which is pretty cool. But fundamentally, we support 40 programming languages, of which C# is one, and more than 50 tools. And there are 10,000 configurable rules in our universe for static code analysis, which is pretty cool. But that's a lot of work to maintain, right? Keeping all of those tools and rules up to date, piece of work for us. So what if we didn't have to do that? What if AI could just replace all of those tools for us? Wouldn't that be great? Because then we would have a much easier job, or we'd be out of business. Not sure which. Well, let's dive in and have a look. So I'm going to stop sharing the presentation for a sec, and instead we can switch over some VS Code. I hope everybody can still see some beautiful tunnel vision as I move the screen share tab out of the way. So I've pulled up an old version of one of Codacy's own files, which is in Scala. Sorry. in VS Code with a little plugin that I've been messing around with called Codicide, which does all sorts of stuff. But one of the things that it does is allows you to run static analysis through OpenAI using ChatGPT 3.5 Turbo. If that means anything to you, it will create a prompt. It will fire chunks of your code off and ask it to pretend to be a static code analysis tool. And what happens if we do that? So I pressed the button earlier to say there's a little bit that it is a bit slow, and I will push the button again at the end to show you that that's the case. So one limitation as AI stands right now is that it's not that quick in solving this problem. But yeah, let's just dive in and have a look at a few of the things that it's picked out. It's finding a name constant, something that you will see over and over again. It's terrible at actually finding the right line number of your issue. So we're looking at number 15, which presumably is talking about this here, this here, but it's actually only managed to figure out how to put the line number for the issue it's found all the way up here. So not super accurate. And we've got some hard-coded credentials. We've got some unvalidated input, which it picks up quite a few of. It loves talking about unencrypted cookies, if you can find them. So it'll say, and this is a file about Cookie Helper, about doing cookies, right? So it will give you a few interesting things. I like this one particularly. This is a genuine cookie-only flag making vulnerable cross-site scripting attack. Great, it's found an error somewhere. We can just go and find that there is a reference to HTTP only in a few places in the file, HTTP only being set to false. So that's pretty cool. It's finding stuff. It's not getting it quite in the right place, but you know, that's still interesting. It's getting there. What I'm going to do for you now is I'm going to push this button again. So like I say, when I push this button, what's happening is that we're starting again. We're taking the whole file from scratch. We're taking in 60 line chunks, bumping them off to OpenAI and getting the response, which has its obvious limitations already, right? Very often it might pick it up this time. It will complain that you've got unused import statements because it finds something like Scala util try. That's not used in the first 60 lines of this file, right? And so it will say, as far as it's concerned, in the context that it's got, that there's an error here, and there's not. Obviously, as AI gets more advanced and we can either pump more context in or set more models up, the windows and get bigger. But for right now, that is a pain point. And I've done a lot of talking so far, and it's still not returned any results. I do wonder if I actually clicked the button correctly. It must have done because it wiped that out. Yeah, here we go. We're starting to get some now. And indeed, it has picked up somewhere. Oh, it hasn't. It's just underlined that one. So having pushed the button again, here's another interesting thing about using AI for doing static code analysis. It's given different results. And some of those might be valid as well. There's still a fair amount of noise here. But if you are relying on your static code analysis for doing compliance or for definitely detecting a specific set of issues, then again, AI in inverted commas is really not quite there yet, right? So that's what we've got there. By comparison, I just flip over to the repository view from Codicide. It's done some weird autocomplete there. And wait a few seconds again. What this is going to do is this is going to pull down all of the issues within this file from a previous static code analysis run using Scala Meta Pro and whatever else is configured in Codicide for this file. And there are indeed issues within this file, but they're not the ones that the AI has picked out. So it's very big on somehow the AI is executed on top of that. Sorry, let me just run that again just for the repository view. There's one specific error that it finds lots and lots of times about prohibiting insecure cookies, but not anything else. So the AI found different useful things compared to what we found, but it wasn't consistent. And it found a lot of noise as well. And something that people hate about static code analysis is when you generate a lot of noise. You can go and do the same sort of activity on other file types. So we can go and look at here's a markdown file. If we want to do the same thing, it's actually interesting that the AI either gets markdown really right, and it will correct your spelling and tabbing and formatting errors within Markdown. I mean, you can see it white space between two hashes and the text and not there. Or it will think that you're trying to execute a code file, and it will complain about things that look like HTML or that look like code, and completely get it wrong, which again, in terms of bad decisions, not great. You can ameliorate a load of this stuff, of course. Talking about the import statements, you could, before you pump stuff into your AI, you could say, okay, well, we know that import statements is a problem, so we're going to put a special condition in, and we're just going to skip over the import statements, right? And then we'll just ask it to not do those, or maybe we can just search for references manually for all of those so that we don't need to do that. And again, you can, but you've just generated a new piece of work that you then have to maintain forever. And you certainly can't do that easily across 40 different languages. So that's a problem. We're not getting any response from the AI at this point. Oh, there you go. It's found lots. That's fun. Another weakness I found with AI, we can have a look at the errors in a sec, is that in Codacy, we support 10,000 rules. You can turn them on and off. You are getting noise in your linter because either because you work in a particular way, or because you have a legacy code base that's got lots of the same kind of problems in. You know, something we find a lot in category. I'll flip back over to the repo view in a minute, but you'll see that there's always a ton of code style errors in pretty much any repository that's analyzed within Codacy using rules tools, which a lot of people don't really care about, or they're going to use Scala Fumpt or whatever to wipe them out anyway, and they're not interested in fixing those. Whereas AI is going to pick those things up every single time, unless you start writing a very long and complicated prompt to say, and don't consider this, and don't consider that, and don't consider that, in which case you're going to have the that problem where you're filling up your prompt with instructions, and then you don't have enough of a window to pump in enough code to get some good results. So yeah, let's just have a tiny look at what it's telling us about Markdown. So somehow it's decided that this is unused code. The public API v3 section is no longer relevant. I can tell you the public API v3 is pretty relevant in Codacy, but it's picked up some unnecessary white space. Unfortunately, because it can't get the line number right, we don't know where the unnecessary white space is. Never mind. So today it seems like it's decided that this is code and is trying to treat it like code. Rather than necessarily thinking that it's Markdown. Oh well, never mind. So let's flip back to my presentation. I tried to come up with a name for this. Codacy IDE? Don't know. Yeah, so what do we do then? We get inconsistent results, incorrect results. We can't necessarily pump enough context in for it to make sense. We don't necessarily get enough output. So something you didn't see is that the code behind the prompt to OpenAI asks it to limit itself to only the top 10 issues that it finds in any particular 60-line chunk. But actually, there could be more than 10 issues, right? but you don't know how many you're going to get, so you can't optimize the prompt size to send you back absolutely everything. And so there's potential, again, as it's set up now, that you might actually miss issues. You could do something cleverer, again, by breaking it into functions and trying to pump the entire function context in for each call. Again, as someone who's involved in code quality, I know there's a lot of code where you're going to have functions that are more than 60 lines. And so if you've got a 100, 200 line function, I mean, that's a code smell by itself, but at the same time, your AI static code analysis is going to struggle. It is still kind of fun, though. It is kind of fun to play with these toys. But there is maybe a different way that AI can help us, because, AI is always very insouciantly confident about what it's doing. It will always give you results, whether the results there to give or not. It will always try and tell you something. But that means we can do something different. So we've been messing around with this with Codacy ourselves in the principle of automatic fixing. Here's a little screen grab, and I'll go and find some in a sec. I've closed my browser, so I'll go and poke around in my history, unfortunately. But we can take rule-based static code analysis failures, and then we can actually get AI to do its very confident and not necessarily always correct job of describing what the error is to the developer with a bit of context, because we don't just shoot it the line with the issue in. We'll put a few lines either side. We can get a nice description out and even suggest what you might change it to. Now, even this suggestion here has a mistake in it, right? So great, it's changing the double equals into dot equals method, which is great, but it's also removing all the white space off the beginning of the line, and that's something that we're working on fixing right now. But you can see that it's doing something pretty useful there. This is taken from GitHub's suggested fixes mechanism, which in open PRs, then you can just press a button to say, like, commit that suggestion, which is pretty cool from GitHub. And I intend now to try and find you some examples of that. I am going to stop sharing for just a moment while I go and find that out of my history. Like I say, I've moved location at the last minute where I really didn't want to, which means I've lost all of my tabs from today where everything was set up nicely. So I do apologize. So, and I'd love to be able to like talk over it while I do it, but I can't really. Perhaps if anybody has any questions, now might be the time while I go fetch some nice examples to do this. Because the very next slide is simply, does anyone have any questions about this? I'm going to give up on finding that stuff because it's going to be disruptive. So, sorry. So, any questions? I suppose I'm now actually going to have to break out of this stupid view so I can actually see anybody writing any questions, unless one of the hosts would like to read them out. David, hello.
Hey, is your session over? Because you still have like 25 minutes.
If I can, so I really wanted to show you some of the stuff with these actually suggested fixes implemented.
Oh, do you have to set that up?
Yeah, like I said, I got everything set up very nicely, and then I had to restart my laptop 3 times and move to like 2 different rooms in the building to working. So if you can bear with me, I can go and grab those.
Sure. Yeah. Someone asked, is it similar to ReSharper? No, this is different, right? ReSharper is a refactoring tool.
Yeah, I mean, you can do. I mean, even like GitHub Copilot will do interesting things with AI based on the prompt. I've not encountered ReSharper specifically, so I can't tell you whether this is like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the two most popular refactoring tools in .NET land, at least, are ReSharper and CodeRush from DevExpress. Any other questions? No more questions? Well, I hope everybody's enjoying the conference so far while he's getting his demo set up. You're working on your demo, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I hope everybody's enjoying the conference so far. Make sure you tune in in a little bit for my session on coding standards. You know, if you're a .NET software engineer, please tune in for that one, because it's definitely it's something that we all need. You ready? Let me know when you're ready to go. I'll stop talking.
Yeah, I'm a minute away.
Okay.
Just actually having the page load up now. So.
Yeah. So any other questions for our speaker or about code quality? Everybody's trying to create AI-shaped nails to use the AI hammer. Yeah, that's fine.
That's true. I mean, yes, it's a super interesting field, and there's loads to play with. One of the product managers at Cody made something called Autopilot, which is like AutoGPT. So that will attempt to create tasks out of a Jira ticket, essentially. When given a repository, it will try and figure out what to do next. But again, you run up with the same problem, that you just wind up running out of context to actually be able to tell the AI what to do. You eventually wind up digesting, like asking GPT to summarize the code that's already been written in order that it can try and figure out what tasks it needs to do. And eventually you get to a point where it just doesn't have the brain space to deal with it.
Yeah, the code I've seen ChatGPT write so far is not that great. So our jobs are safer right now, at least.
Yeah, I mean, so I think there are specific use cases which are super helpful, like writing unit tests, code where there is a lot of boilerplate, doing a lot of setup, where GitHub Copilot particularly is really useful. And again, being interested in coverage, being able to increase coverage on tests, being able to increase coverage on code. Unit tests take way longer to write than the actual code.
I know. I spend more time on unit tests than the actual code.
But at the same time, you can't actually just expect that it will actually write the test for you, because the whole point of writing the test is that you challenge what the code is actually doing. So unless you're going to put some guards in to actually maybe ask the user, what do you think this code should be doing? Then you're going to get in trouble.
So you ready to go? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but that's
why you're cutting out. You're cutting out a little bit, so that's why I didn't know if you were done.
But that's why we went to take this slightly different approach, right? Where we're not going to actually try and we're not going to try and figure out whether you have static analysis. Can you see my screen now?
Yes. There you go.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. Yeah, so we're not going to try and do static code analysis with AI because we kind of proved that it doesn't actually work that well. And it's expensive as well. I haven't mentioned that so far, but each time I pressed that button, there was actually like whole numbers of cents flying out of our bank account for that sort of crummy static analysis on one file. If you extend it across an entire repository, you can be spending $50 for a pretty miserable output. And sure, it will get better. But fundamentally, I think the commenter said that everyone's trying to use an AI-shaped hammer on a nail is bang on. Can I say bang on? Because actually, if you look at what the problem you're trying to solve is, really you're running a bunch of regular expressions which have pretty well-defined constraints on them, and that's giving you output. What you're trying to do is use a fantastically complicated, like Markov chain, Bayesian probability, large language model with billions of lines of similar code put in there to try and infer how a regex should work. So, like, for me, the regex is always going to be cheaper and faster. You saw how long it took to actually produce some output for that markdown file. Well, actually, if you run markdown lint on that file, you can run markdown lint on the entire repository in like a few milliseconds. So AI is definitely not winning on speed or cost at the moment. And again, maybe it'll get better. Maybe there's a future where just everything is AI because it's so cheap, the cost is irrelevant anyway. But yeah. So I've got a few examples of. In fact, we've got some C# ones. So let's maybe look at those since they're relevant. So this is one of our sample repos where we've tried to put in some issues and then ask the AI to describe what the fix should be, right? So here's a medium error prone issue. I haven't looked at the C# one before. I've looked at the C++ ones and the TypeScript one. This is asking it to put in a static to define this class. I'm not sure why it thinks that. Does not have a constructor, is not marked as static. So presumably, if it doesn't have a constructor, it should be marked as static. So there you go. We'll try and stick that in. And the same again. And that's not a great example on this plus one. There's a few where it's actually trying to text if you're looping from inside the loop, don't define it afterwards. Yeah, here we are, this one. Which, I mean, this is listed as a minor code style issue, but actually reducing, I think this is actually fairly serious because you could wind up using J in a separate for loop further down the same function, not realizing that it has wound up getting to some value before you start. Moving inside the loop means that you've set this so you can do things like that. So I thought that was a nice one. Again, we're still not doing the indentation properly, but I think that is the most easily fixable part of this problem here, right? Some initialization. It's assigned a value that's never used, so let's not initialize it because you don't want to do that. There's another nice one about not messing around with, this might be the TypeScript one, don't change the, here's a nice, like, on the one hand, this is great. This is like, it contains a magic number, and we explain what magic numbers are. Magic numbers make the code less readable and less maintainable. It's unclear what the number represents. To fix the issue, assign it to a constant with a descriptor name. Great. All great stuff, except, of course, the AI is not clever enough to tell you what that 5 actually represents, right? And I think probably because this is in FizzBuzz, that's perhaps an unfair challenge to ask of the AI, right? Because probably the fact that it's 5 is entirely arbitrary, and so assigning the constant to be 5 is possibly AI having a laugh at us. Maybe if it had context of what the problem was with better variable names, it would actually suggest a better constant name, but possibly it wouldn't. I don't know. But even so, like, solve magic numbers, perfectly valid use case. There is one in here which is to do with changing the value that's in the argument again, is really nice. It's like, don't, if you've got an input that includes n, then don't actually reassign the argument, assign it to a new variable. It was in here somewhere, and it gives you a very nice autocorrect for it. And for any of these things, again, this is GitHub's feature, not ours. Then you can just ask GitHub to just commit that suggestion right now, stick a description, and press the button. I'm not going to press the button because that's going to mess around with someone's dev work at work. But that means that you now got a way where any of the suggestions that your AI does come up with that you do like the look of, you're actually only 2 clicks away from actually implementing it. And in terms of making developer like microcycles faster than just going, yeah, that's good, yeah, that's good, yeah, that's good. No, I'll ignore that one. No, I'll ignore that one. Then that's pretty cool. So yeah, that was the other bit of the stuff I wanted to show you. So that's what I got. I apologize if that's a bit short. Perhaps I should have dwelled a bit more on some of the examples within the Codacy IDE, which is Clune, by the way. Probably get to releasing that in a month or two.
Sorry, I was eating lunch. So we have
I should have had a third comparison at the beginning. Beer and lunch and AI, right?
So we do have one question. Do you want to put that up, Simon? About how is this different from what's built into Visual Studio?
So the extension I showed you was just a simple thing in VS Code that's designed just to go and query OpenAI and get the responses back, right? So what Codacy does is that we run loads of open source tools, including the ones that you might execute within your IDE for C#, or that you might execute as like a Git pre-commit, or in your CI/CD pipeline to check for static analysis issues. But we do it on when you raise a VR, amongst other times. And so what we're trying to do is use all these open source tools to stop merging Bazo. You can set it up so that you're not allowed to commit any like high security issues, for instance. So what Codacy is doing is we're only running open source tools that are out there already, but we're trying to put a gate on top of the PRs to stop people actually committing stuff. And not just issues, but coverage as well. So if you care about test coverage, then the point is you can make sure that your test coverage is always going up by enforcing a gate on it. My experience as a my experience as a development manager is that actually getting individuals to run IDE tools consistently is hit and miss, right? So if what you care about is code quality, then and you want to enforce it, then you need to figure out ways to do that either within your CI/CD pipeline or within your Git project.
Yeah. Well, cool. Still have got a few more minutes. Any other questions anybody has? Anything else you want to say about code quality or AI or anything like that?
I mean, this is all going to change in 6 months, right? Perhaps even when GPT-4 is out, then this will be significantly different. And as you said at the top, then everybody and their dog is working on this stuff. I think there's a really interesting few areas here on investigating the quality. I mean, you mentioned before that the code that's being written by tools like AutoGPT and Autopilot, because they're derived from large language models, which are the vast body of code that's already out there. Actually, they're going to write code exactly as good quality as the code that's already out there, right? Which means it's going to be great. I got a report for one of our customers last week, and I believe across their 10 repositories they have with us, and I'm not going to name any names, they had something like 600,000 outstanding code quality issues. And if that's the average batting for, then that the code that's going to get generated is inevitably going to be poor quality.
Yeah,
I think
I've had
there is like, does it matter if all the code is only ever written and consumed by AIs? Does it actually matter?
yeah.
I mean, certainly code stuff doesn't matter. Like, you could have files with 0 white space in them, and the AI could read it just fine, right? But there are serious. I mean, the whole point of what we do as a business, I have to believe that what we're doing is providing value by picking up on serious errors or things that using double quote instead of single quote in JavaScript. There's a whole raft of PHP like type errors you can have, which in C# you're not exposed to. Well done, guys. Picked a strongly typed language. Language with weaker typing, then yeah, there's a whole class of errors that static code analysis picks up on, which, if AI is writing code to that same quality, will also be valid and have to say result in the same run rate of errors. So hopefully I will put together a talk in 6 or 12 months looking at the vast body of AI written code and be able to say it's rubbish, you should run static code analysis tools.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about AI writing code, and I was actually thinking about this yesterday, where I think they're going to have to, if they already haven't, come up with a different programming language for AI, because AI could spit out programming that none of us could read, but it would work, right? There's a lot to programming that we do to make it readable that AI doesn't need, right? Yeah, so maybe in the end, if they do something like that, it'll actually be more proficient, performant code, right?
Yeah, but the like, part of what we do, I think, as developers, is to write code which is meaningful for humans, and that implies imputing value into the names of things. For example, we give functions particular names, and we give variables particular names, so that people can understand what's going on and they understand why you're doing what you're doing. And I think AI probably needs that as well, to be honest. I very, very long time ago, one of my very first jobs was working for a software house building telecoms code for Orange, such as it was. And it was in C, and every function was a number.
Yeah, that kind of reminds, I think the original versions of Microsoft Dynamics was that way. And because I worked with it a long time ago, and oh my gosh, I couldn't stand it, because they were naming things with numbers, and I was going, what are you doing? You don't do that. How am I supposed to know what the heck this does when it's just a number? So yeah.
There's something I'm studying as well around importance of code, and I think there's the AI, as it stands, I think is likely to weight all of your code as equally valuable in terms of like analyzing what to do next. Whereas something like your shopping basket calculator, if you're an e-commerce company, right, that needs to be bulletproof. It is the key part of your business, which is going to make sure that people actually pay for the stuff that they're choosing to order. So you absolutely need that to work, right? But could your eye ever figure out that bit of code is actually important? And what would it do if it could?
Someday. I'm sure it will someday. Yeah. Maybe not right now, but it'll get better and better. And I know a lot of developers are kind of worried about AI right now taking over their jobs. I'm not worried, but I think AI is just a tool to help us, right?
Yeah. Like, I think the aphorism is true that it'll take the people who use AI will take the jobs of people who don't use AI to one degree or another. And even if it's not actually writing code, then I find myself using ChatGPT for other stuff around work anyway.
Yeah, me too.
The CEO asked me the other day, and yeah, this is going to sound horribly salesy, but it's like he wants to know how many lines of code is Codacy analyzing every month. And I mean, that's a really expensive query to actually find out from your operational data, right? But just doing some basic maths. Okay, dear ChatGPT, what is the average line length of commits of a commit across all the code base you can find? Oh, I don't know. Okay, are there any studies that tell us the answer to this? Yes, there are some studies. Okay, tell me the answer. And it came back with a number 25 and 40, and then I could see from some of our support dashboards how many commits we're processing on a monthly basis. I go back and say, I can't remember the number now, but like the answer is 14 million, for example. That's probably the wrong number. But that's me as someone technically not a programmer anymore, but still using AI to figure out the answer to that. And I couldn't find the answer on Google easily. So
yeah, I've been using
having it actually.
It's okay. Yeah, I've been using AI to help me find things quicker. You know, because what was I looking up the other day? It was I forget what I was. I asked ChatGPT something that I know would have taken me half an hour to figure out on Google, right? To find the right information, it would at least taken me half an hour, right? I asked ChatGPT, boom, there it is, right? Within a second, which I think is great. So I don't know if I said this on my show or I tweeted it, but I think, you know, in the near future, you know, AI is at least talking about like something like ChatGPT is going to replace Google. You know?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. It does need to overcome that barrier of its overconfident wrongness, though. Like, so another example of this is that our documentation team are actually the first people to be leveraging AI within Codacy. Pretty much everybody here is a programmer, right? Whether you're on docs or whether you're QA or whether you're first line, second line, like pretty much everyone's a programmer. They threw something together. They threw all the existing documentation at Oracle chatbot and was like, okay, let's set this up so that you can actually query the documentation in a like human readable form. And the CEO was like, great, brilliant. Like, dear Codacy Oracle, write me a config script for Codacy, like, to connect with a C# repository, enter thing. And he's like, this is amazing. But of course, the head of docs read it back and was like, that would not work at all. You know, it has the form of a correct answer, but it's wrong.
Yeah. You still need to read it. You still need to make sure it's correct. You know, you just can't blindly copy, you know, what you see in any AI thing. You got to use your own brain too, right?
Yeah, I think regulations to start affecting quite a lot of this stuff. I mean, you've already seen the Stack Overflow have said that you can't use Stack Overflow answers now for your model training. Yeah, and I think that situation is going to only get more pronounced, both through individual companies like making the decisions and through regulators actually saying, like, if you want to generate a bunch of images that look like you've stolen the content of DeviantArt, perhaps you need to start paying DeviantArt some money, whatever it is.
Yeah, that whole copyright thing is going to be an issue. I think I saw a tweet yesterday that the UK has said you can't copyright anything off of AI. I'm not sure if that's true. I have to go back and look at it. Dave, I read somewhere that Google has information. ChatGPT is knowledge intelligence. Yeah. Knowledge and intelligence. That's true. Well, we're almost at time. Is there anything else you want to say before you go?
I think I'm good. I'm very like if there's any more questions, take them. But yeah, thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much for being on the Code Quality Conference, and I hope you have a a great weekend.
And you take care.
Okay, thank you. Well, only one session left, everybody, and it's mine. So I hope you're hanging out to watch my session that's coming up in 5 minutes. So go take your break or get something to drink. And with that, Simon, you want to show the slides? So like I've been saying all day so far, this is our third annual Code Quality Conference. And, the last two, we've had over 90,000 views. And so I'm really glad that people are watching, and hopefully they're getting some really great value out of these sessions to take back to their teams so you can make better quality code, because we all need that, that's for sure. One last plug for Voice of Slum. While you're waiting for my session, please go to voiceofslum.org and donate whatever you can. I've been there 3 times, and this is a photo of Joe and Magnus and I there last October, where we visited the kids and brought them computers so they can learn, and visited again with Dave and Shandy, who also were at the conference last year. It was really great to hang out and see them. But these kids from the slums really need our support, and most everybody watching right now has the ability to give. So please go to voiceofslum.org and donate right now. Don't wait, because you'll forget. I'm very forgetful. So go there right now. You have 3 minutes before my session, and donate something to them, or buy them clothing, or whatever you can do. It's a really great organization, and it really helps the kids, and they really need the support. I've been through the slums in Delhi 3 times now, and they definitely need our support. I want to mention again my show, Rockin' the Code World with .NET Dave. We have twice monthly now, and I have leaders from all over the tech world come on to the show. Including Scott Hunter and Mads Torgersen, the architect of C# right now, and lots of other great guests. I think show next week is the 81st show, and every single one of my guests have been great, and I'm really looking forward to next week, because my longtime friend Carl Franklin is going to be on. I haven't talked to him in a while, and Carl, if you follow Carl is an expert at Blazor now. That's what he speaks and does video podcasts and all that about. So you definitely want to tune in next Saturday at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time to watch Carl and learn some more about Blazor, because Blazor is pretty cool. I want to bring up again that, I came up with this at a conference quite a while ago for my coding standards talk. And that is, we need to demand quality in the apps that we use, because, things aren't going to change unless you say something. So make sure you contact the companies, tweet at them like I do, whatever you can to get them to fix their apps. I do it a lot, maybe a little too much, but, that's the only way, the apps are going to change if we say something. Then next, of course, we need to demand quality in the apps that we write. And that's basically, why we're having this conference, is because, we need more sessions like this. And that's why I'm really glad that CSharpCorner was able to, do this conference for the 3rd time, because this is something I see lacking a lot in most code that I see, for sure. And then, of course, in the end, we need to demand quality in ourselves, not only in coding, but in our lives in general. And so, we need to make sure quality is part of our life, and especially our coding life. So if you keep those 3 things in mind, I think you're going to create great applications, and hopefully will change the applications that need help. So, guess what? It's time for my session on coding standards. Is there a video? Hey, everybody. Welcome to Rock Your Code Coding Standards for Microsoft.net. I'm glad you're all here. Unfortunately, I couldn't get the audio to hook up. I thought you could do that, but oh well. Anyway, welcome to again to my session about coding standards. I actually haven't done this for a while now, so I'm really happy to do this. It's been a number of years. Coding standards is something that I've been doing ever since I've been a software engineer. I released my first book on coding standards back in 2005, and I've been talking about it ever since. And so a lot of the information in this deck almost all the information from this deck is in my book. So I hope you pick up a copy. But most importantly, the main takeaway I want to do for the session is to go back to your team Monday and say, we need to do coding standards, and we need a good coding standards, because most of the teams I go to either have no coding standards, which is the majority. And if they do, it's very little. It's like 1 or 2 pages, and that's not really coding standards, if you ask me. So that's why I write about this all the time, and that's why I'm doing this session. So a little bit about me. I'm David Ricardo. I'm a Microsoft MVP. I'm also a CSharpCorner MVP. I'm an architect, consultant, and blah, blah, blah. There's all my handles and everything. I'm actually on the hunt for a new position right now. My last contract ended last Friday. And so if you need a code quality czar, which I am one, hit me up. I'm looking for the next team to work in. So, and please feel free to ask questions during my session. I'll try to answer them as best I can. And also, please, afterwards, feel free to reach out to me. I will always answer your questions if you contact me in any of those ways. And like I mentioned, I have a coding standards book. It's in its 7th edition. And so I hope you go pick up a copy right now. And because we all need something to start with. And that's the whole goal of this book, is to get you started in your coding standards. And so I hope you pick up a copy. To go along with that, I also have a new book out about code performance. The 3rd edition of my code performance book is out right now. It came out in January. And that goes along with code quality and coding standards, because performance is something that's super important, and especially important these days with the cloud. So, all right, so here's what we're going to be talking about today. I'm going to go kind of quick because I've got a lot to do and not enough time. So I'm going to talk a little bit about why I'm doing this talk. Excuse me, go over some application setup things I see over and over again that people need to work on, and a little bit about coding standards with some real world examples I'm going to show you. Then I'm going to talk about writing better code, which is something we all need to think about, and then some odds and ends, and then the conference is over. So why are standards needed? When I do this in person, I asked everybody, why do they think coding standards are needed? So if you want to put that in the chat, I'd love to hear from you. But first off, you might not agree with everything I say, and that's totally okay. The whole goal of this session is to get you talking about coding standards and implementing them at your company. So if you don't agree with me, that's okay, but I'm right. No, kidding. Pick a standard for your company. The company needs to have a standard, depending on the programming language, of course. So make sure the company has a standard. This, make sure that all the programmers are on the same page. This is super important, especially with teams all over the world, like the last contract I worked on. Easier to read and understand code. We never write code that's never looked at again, and so we need to pay attention to its readability and maintainability, because we're going to have to go back and modify it, fix bugs, add features later down the road. So we have to be cognizant of this as we're writing the code, not 6 months or years later. Easier to maintain the code. If code is easy to read and understand, it's much simpler to maintain. And I don't know how many times I stare at code going, what is going on? and it shouldn't really be that way. So also produces more stable and reliable code. If you do coding standards and make sure they're being done, you're going to have more stable code. I know many teams struggle with this. Even my last contract, where stuff goes down all the time, and so we need to think about this and be really careful. And this is extremely important if you hire contractors, right? Contractors are there just for a temporary time, and a lot of contractors just don't really care about this stuff. So we need to make sure we're making them do it by running code analysis tools during the build and things like that, and make sure they're doing the coding standards that your company wants. But first, you have to have coding standards. So I see spaghetti code all the time. Most of the contracts I've been on recently was just fixing, basically their spaghetti code. And because most code, actually all projects I'm on need a lot of code quality work. And so I want to share with you some real numbers from a real in production solution. I'm not making any of these numbers up. I wish they were fake numbers, but they're not. So let's go over some of these numbers. So this solution has over almost 4,000 errors if they use my editor config file. And I'll share that with you later. So almost 4,000 errors in one solution. That's a lot. 6,665 warnings, which to me also have to be fixed along with errors. Errors and warnings should be 0. And information you can have, but errors and warnings need to be 0. I can't stress that enough. And so they have far too many. There are 10,000 of these they need to work on. The entire solution has a cyclomatic complexity of almost 78,000. Here, let me write that down because that's going to come back. I'm going to talk about that in a little bit. Almost 78,000. That's its number, and I'll talk to you why that's important coming up. And way too much class coupling, and something else we need to work on is making sure classes aren't tightly coupled together, and this solution has a lot of that. That needs to be worked on. Other issues I saw in this solution: almost no code dealing with globalization, localization, and this solution is supposed to work in different countries, and so they're in a world of hurt coming up because globalizing your app 20, 10, 5, even a couple of years after it's been written is horribly expensive and takes a really long time. I've been through it too many times. Almost 10,000 lines of cloned code. Cloned code is a maintenance nightmare and needs to be 0. So a lot of work there, and a lot of the work I did for this project was fixing their threading, performance, and memory issues. That was the main thing I did during the time I was on this contract, because they were having lots of issues, including when I started with the contract, they could only handle like 100 concurrent users. Excuse me. When I left, we were up to 7,000, but the business wants 40,000. So they still have some work to go. Sorry, I've been talking more than normal and my mouth is dry. And tons of spelling issues, especially because, we have people from all over the world working on this project. So after selecting a standard, make sure it's available to each programmer easily. Enforce via code reviews and pair programming. Just don't put coding standards out there because people aren't going to do it. Software engineers will do whatever they want unless you make sure they're all adhering to the coding standards. So make sure they're enforced. It must be included in the build process, or use some of the other tools that were talked about during this conference. And don't release it to QA or even your dev machines until there's a certain number of errors and warnings you're willing to accept. So make sure it has to be part of the build process. Someone else said this earlier. I wish the sound was working because there's music going on right now that I'm hearing and you're not. Oh, dang it. So to me, there's three kinds of programmers. There used to be two. When I first started doing this talk, I was doing some research and I found somebody said there's two types of programmers, but I added a third one, and you'll see what that is. So the first one is complexifiers. They're adverse to reduction or completing anything. And I've worked with complexifiers before, and they're very, very hard to work with because they never seem to be done. They want to constantly work on the same code over and over again, and you can't release your code when you do that. And so some of that work needs to be done, but not constantly. And so complexifiers usually do it constantly. And I've actually left a contract once because I couldn't deal with a complexifier on the team. So we don't want complexifiers. The programmer that I made up was a progniate, which is a word that I came up with, which means will not listen to anyone and thinks they know everything. I know people like that too. and they're difficult to deal with. And actually, the people I've dealt with like that actually produce pretty much the worst code I've seen. And so we don't want prognates either. And so what we want is what I believe I am, and that's a simplifier, which our last guest just talked about. I thrive on concision. I seek the simplest way to achieve what needs to be done with the best quality and the best performance. And so that's what I do all the time. And I do try to make my code look simple because I want anybody to be able to go back and modify it or add features and things like that, regardless of what level of software engineer they are. So I sometimes go out of my way to make sure that the code is really, really simple to understand by just about anybody on the team. So I hope you will strive to be a simplifier because that will produce the best code and the best outcomes. If the code is too complex, if the method or class seems too big or overly complicated, it needs refactoring or rewriting. I'll talk a little bit more about this in a second. But I've seen too much of this where the code is too complex. It's hard to unit test. It's even harder to refactor. And we don't want that. We need small classes, small methods, and simple to understand and use. And a long time ago, I know monitors are bigger now, but a long time ago at a conference, somebody came up to me and asked me, how much code in a window is too much? And I said, if it goes off the end of your monitor, it's too much. And so I'm still kind of sticking with that, but I use a larger font, so maybe that works for me because I'm getting older. Refactor. So if the code is too complex, you need to refactor. Always, always, always code for reusability. I could say this a million times and it wouldn't be enough. I'll talk a little bit more about that in later in the session. You want to strive for low cyclomatic complexity. Remember the code base I just talked about had a cyclomatic complexity of 77,801 and had 523 unit tests. So when I'm in person, I go into a long talk about what cyclomatic complexity means to me, but I just released an article about that on CSharpCorner. I hope you go check it out. But basically, the cyclomatic complexity number to me means that's how many unit tests we need to properly test encapsulation. So you can see in this code base, they're really lacking in unit tests, and because they only have 523, and they really need close to 77,000. So, you know, I had a lot, I explained this in the article, but I had a talk with the team before I left that they need to, you know, work really hard on these unit tests because they're really lacking. Always code with generics in mind. I always try to make methods more usable, reusable by using generics. So keep that in mind also. And if something, you know, if you need help, ask somebody. If you need help with refactoring, make it simpler, anything like that, ask someone. I'm sure somebody on your team will be able to help out. And pair programming can also help too. So I've never done pair programming. I don't know if anybody out there has, but that can also help too. And code review, very, very important. Very rarely am I on a team now where we do any code reviews except for pull requests. So I always try to participate in those. So one time when I was doing the session, I asked people, you know, what can make code quality better? And so these are their answers. These are not mine. A unit test integration. I just talked about unit testing. Very, very important. Training and team meetings. Very, very important. I see very little training at companies. So that's very, very important. So yes, code review. Just talked about that. Code analytics. Which I'll talk a little bit about in this, but if you read my article on CSharpCorner right now, I talk more about that. And developer culture of quality. This is what most teams need, and you know, this is why I came up with a new title called Code Quality Czar, is because teams need to develop a culture of quality. Otherwise, they're just going to end up with a pile of spaghetti code, like I see in almost every single solution I work on. So we need to develop a culture of quality. We need to care about our craft. You know, some people care more about coding than others, and but to produce good, stable code, we really need to care about what we do and care about quality. Keep learning and evolving. Very, very true. You know, our world changes every day, and we have to constantly learn and evolve. And no one's perfect. Believe me, not even me. No one's perfect. And teach students standards and architecture, which is something that I do. And when I taught at the university, or whenever, you know, I'm in front of students or anybody, is I try to teach them standards and architecture. And I'm going to be talking a little bit about architecture today. And coding standards equals secure, robust, and maintainable code. Yes, totally agree. Okay, next section. I want to go over a couple things. This is detailed in my coding standards book. In detail, I just want to go over a couple things I see companies lacking when I join their team, and that is naming your project. Make sure you pick a proper name for your project, especially because that's going to be usually the name of your DLL or EXE, but also the name of your base namespace too. So this is a guideline that I say, like I say, there's more detail in my book where it starts with company and then component, and then you can keep going like that. So here's some examples. Two are from libraries that I've built. You can see the .NET Tips, .app, .ads, .data access, and then .NET Tips, .spargin, .core. That's the way I name things. I put .NET Tips in front of it if it's, you know, if that's what it's under. You can see the way DevExpress and then Microsoft does theirs too. So please try to name yours the same. I will thank you when I join your team, that's for sure. NuGet package information. So a lot of the information that we used to put in another tab in Visual Studio, like the name of the project and things like that, are actually in the NuGet package information now. So make sure you go there. Even if you're not making a NuGet package, you can uncheck that check mark at the top there. But make sure your package ID, package version is set up. You can do the default, which that shows right there, or you can type in whatever you want for the package ID. And these two screens are vitally important for a lot of reasons. And that is, make sure you have the authors listed, the company, product description, copyright, project URL, and all those other things, because they come into play if you're like displaying the version number. Well, that comes up in a second. But if you publish this on NuGet, this information is seen. There's a lot of reasons why this information is important. So make sure all of your projects in your solution, have all of this information filled out. The last project I was on, none of this was really filled out. So make sure this is filled out. Also pick a default language, because this comes into play with globalization, which I'll talk a little bit about today, and assembly version and file version. The way I do these numbers, that's kind of the way I name things right there. I mean, number things, but I make sure that, when I do an official release, that the project all has the same version numbers and go from there. And so make sure you keep those up to date. Unfortunately, Visual Studio still pretty much sucks at keeping these up to date automatically for you. So unfortunately, this is a manual process. I just do search and replace. That's the way I do it. The big thing on this screen I want to show is treat warnings as errors. I can't stress this enough, because to me, warnings are yellow lights. And yellow lights mean something's bad about to happen. Stop. So make sure you go to your projects Monday and turn that on. You're going to have a lot of errors, I guarantee it. So just fix them. But if you do that, your code will be so much more stable if you do that, because then you'll have to treat all the warnings and you'll have to fix the warnings before it'll compile. So I really, really hope you'll do that. So on the code analysis screen for your project setup, make sure you have it run on build and run on live analysis, or at least run on build setup, because every time you do that, after the build, it'll analyze your code and then tell you what's wrong. And you need to fix it right away, not later, not 6 months later, not 5 years later. You need to fix it right away because it'll become a problem. And also make sure you pick the correct analysis level. My general rule is for DLLs, I pick latest recommended. For EXEs, including ASP.NET websites, I pick all, or I forget what it's called off the top of my head, because that checks everything which you need, because that involves some extra security things. Violations will appear when fixed ASAP. And you need to implement the editor config file. This is how code is analyzed in Visual Studio now. It's completely changed from what it used to be. So, and it's all run off editor config. And the other thing about editor config is applications like refactoring tools like CodeRush, which is what I use, actually respect the editor config and show you and do things based on that. So it's very important you have a robust editor config for your solution. This is mine. You can go download it there. It's a very strict editor config because I turned a lot of things, errors of the things I see people do over and over again as I analyze millions and millions of lines of code. And so I update it every quarter, if not more often. So go back and check it often. But you can go download it there, and it's the biggest editor config file I've ever seen. I think it's close to 2,000 lines, which is much bigger than Visual Studio puts out. I've spent many, 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 many hours trying to figure out all the settings for the code analysis, which, like I said, Visual Studio doesn't do. So I hope you go check it out and implement it. And all the analysis I'm showing in this talk is based off of that editor config. Always use resources for strings and images. This is super important for globalization and localization. Basically, anything a user sees needs to be in a resource. Images, text, audio, while that's listening, right? Anything like that needs to be in resources, because if you do that, it's much simpler to translate those into different languages. So make sure all of those items are in resources, including images, because I don't think a lot of people out there realize, but images, we might use in an application in America might be offensive in other countries. And so we have to change those. All right. So I've got a couple coding standards issues, and these are issues I see all the time, and that's why they're featured in this section. And in all my talks and my writings, and pretty much every single example I'm going to show you is real. I don't make this up. I do change a little bit so I don't get in trouble, but all of these samples are completely real. So unfortunately, I still see people not doing type conversions correctly, even now. And here's a great example of just one of those issues I see pretty often. And that is converting a string to a date time, which is done which is done a lot, right? But the problem with using convert to date time like this is if that date time isn't properly formatted, which of course we know users are going to screw it up, it's going to cause a format exception. And we don't want to cause exceptions because they dramatically impact the performance of your application. So there's a lot of work that I do and that you need to do to make sure that you're not introducing exceptions. And that's exactly what this is doing. So we don't want to do this. And this is actually some from real code where they were using this code to test if that was a proper date time string, which is just all kinds of bad. So the way you should do it is use try parse. So here's an example. Instead of the previous way, you do datetime.try parse. That returns a Boolean whether it was if it was successfully converted from a string to a date time. So you need to use try parse. It does not cause an exception at all. And so please make sure if you use any type and it has something like try something, use that, because it's going to be a much safer way of doing things with that type. Exception issues. This is one of the most horrible exception trapping code I've ever seen. And so I'll just go over the issues. So first off, they're catching data exception, as you can see there. I don't know how to turn on the laser pointer with this window PowerPoint, but you can see they're catching data exception, then they're turning around and throwing a new data exception. No, don't do that. I'll show you the right way. Then they're throwing EX, bad. Again, I'll show you the right way in a second. And then they're basically in this, if that data exception was called, then it will actually be caught in the lower exception. And then they're throwing an improper exception. So this has lots of things going wrong with it. Always add caught exceptions as the inner exception. This prevents losing the stack trace. You can't lose the stack trace, because if you do, you've basically lost how the code got to that point. And debugging and trying to figure that out is going to be near impossible if you don't do that. So in this case, if they were going to throw a new data exception in this case, then they need to make sure that the original exception is part of this exception. I would argue that you wouldn't throw a data exception from a data exception, but if you had to, make sure you include the original one, because that's got all the stack trace in it. Rethrowing exceptions, yeah. So I still see code like this, and I'm not sure why, because .NET's been out for 21 years now. Throw EX. I'm not sure why this is allowable in .NET, to tell you the truth. Don't do throw EX. It's not the proper way of throwing exceptions. The only proper way of rethrowing an exception is throw. don't use the exception, okay? If you're going to rethrow an exception, use throw, not the first way. I wish they would have ripped that out in .NET Core. Also, don't throw these exceptions. Don't throw the exception type. Don't throw the application exception, and don't throw system exception. The last two are internal Microsoft exceptions. You should not be using those. Microsoft uses those. The first one we should only be using to inherit to make our own exceptions. You should never be raising the exception type because it's not detailed enough. No one really knows what it means. It's just generic, and it's not the right way to do it. If there's not an exception type that meets your needs, then make one. They're not that hard to create. So ask ChatGPT to make you one. So here I show you an example of create a customer exception and throw a custom exception. And I also have a video out there about this too. So I hope you go check it out. Class design. So I asked people, is this good class design? And the answer is absolutely not. What's happening here is they're calling basically the code, all the one method in this project called process order. You don't do that from the constructor ever. You don't call code from a constructor ever. And I'll go over that in a second. And that's what they were doing. And in this case, if an exception happened in the constructor, your application will basically die. Will just disappear. I've seen it happen. And so we don't want to do that. Don't do that. The proper way to do constructors at least, is in constructors, you should only be setting properties and fields. That's it. No calling code. If something needs to be processed, and create a method like process order to do the processing, but not in the constructor, okay? Because like I said, you don't want to cause exceptions from the constructor. So the only thing you should be doing is setting variables, properties or fields, okay? All right, so that's the end of that section. Now we're going to go into writing better types. I kind of wanted to spend a little bit more time on this, and I'm trying to keep it time because I know we have time issues with StreamYard. So here's my top 3 rules. Assemblies must be dumb and stupid. I'll go over that. They must implement data and logic encapsulation, and they must be reusable. Okay, if you follow those 3 rules, you're going to create great assemblies. And one of my pet peeves, which I see in every project I work on, is not enough data validation. And the last project I was on had almost none. And all data must be validated coming into the type. Otherwise, you're breaking encapsulation and you're breaking object-oriented programming. Okay. So I ask people, is this a dumb and stupid constructor? And it's not. Why? Because they're using, if you can see there, the config.log path is somewhere else in the project, and you don't do that. And you also don't do this either. Both those config things should not be in the constructor. Okay, so this is not a dumb and stupid constructor. So is this a dumb and a stupid method in DLLs? It's not, because they're catching exceptions. So one of my rules with DLLs assemblies is you should never be catching exception ever in a DLL. You should let that bubble up to the calling code. The only exceptions you should be handling in reusable DLLs are exceptions you can do something with, like close database connections or clean up a file handle or something like that. Otherwise, let it bubble up, and I'll talk about that in a second. So yeah, that's not the right way to do it. Any knowledge the class needs must be provided, like database connection strings, file names, any other values, and you can also use dependency injection. But any knowledge the class needs to operate correctly needs to be sent into it. The class should not have to reach out and get that information. It should be sent in, okay? API DLLs should never log or email exceptions. I still see people do this unless they're using dependency injection, but I would even argue DLLs should never do it. That should be the job of the application. So here's how I would fix that. You can see here in a constructor, I'm sending in these two connection strings. That's the proper way of doing it. And then you can see down here, I'm catching SQL exception and I'm doing something with it. That's the proper way of doing that. Okay. Sorry, I'm going kind of quick because we're running short on time. Implementing data and logic encapsulation prevents the setting of internal data to invalid inconsistent state. We don't want that. Benefits are reduced complexity, limit interdependencies, reuse, and lots of other things. So we need to think about, if you don't think about inheritance and polymorphism, fine, but you need to worry about encapsulation because I really see it not done well enough in any project I'm on. So you should group related properties methods to create a single type with a single purpose, right? A type should only be doing one thing. If you need something else, write a different type, right? We need to keep types small. Classes should not be 20,000, 10,000, 5,000 lines of code. They should be a lot smaller. Any interaction with the data within the type must be done through methods and properties only, okay? What I mean is no fields. Fields should never, ever, ever, under any circumstance, be public, okay? And data validation is key. All the data coming in your type needs to be validated, all of it. Otherwise, you're going to introduce exceptions. And if that bad data gets into the database, it's even harder to fix. And so we need to stop it before it even gets to the database. So in this example, I'm actually encapsulating the way you create an order collection, which is something I don't see done enough. And that is, you need to write this type of logic into your types and not let other people do it because they'll do it 5 or 10 different ways, right? So here I have a type called order collection. And you can see here, the order collection has a public static create, right? So the only way to create an order collection is to send in orders and then the type does the work. And you can see here, I make sure that the collection's not read-only. And then I do a for each. And if it's not null, then I add it to the collection. And at the end, I return the orders, right? So you should be writing code like this, right? If someone needs to create a collection of something, that should be encapsulated within that collection type, okay? And here's some more. Here's how you add an order. And here I'm doing some checking, which all these, these condition checkings are all from my Spargin open source project. And then I add the order. And the other thing I wanted to bring up, because I see this over and over again at projects, is that, a developer shouldn't have to know what makes an open order, right? That should be encapsulated within a type because, depending on what that means, there could be lots of flags you have to look at and things like that in the database. Developers, we don't have time to do that, right? That should have been encapsulated within the type by whoever originally architected it, right? So make sure you do code like that too. Reuse and more reuse. Always code for reuse. 90% of your code should be in reusable DLLs. If you do that, everything will be much better to a unit test and run and modify and change. Use generics wherever possible. Use design patterns. We had a whole talk on design patterns today. So use those where appropriate. Use existing frameworks. We've already talked about that in the conference today. Don't reinvent the wheel unless it needs to be invented. Research existing frameworks. There's tons of them out there. If you have an idea for something, it's probably someone else did who's written a library for it. So go research that. I don't have time to, well, let me go over this real quick because Joe did kind of talk about this, but this is basically how I, by default, architect applications. I always have a data layer, which has a data access DLL. In this case, it was Cosmos DB. And then I have a entities DLL, and then I have a functions DLL for microservices. You can see how I'm separating things out. I have a cloud access for communications, and also an API, an ads API for an app service. On top of that, I have an admin DLL, which is the Blazor app. And then on top of that, I have a Windows app connecting to all this too. And that's my old app. I have a newer one out you can go check out right now. And this is how I reuse DLLs within the app, that Windows app itself. And you can see here, I have all these different DLLs separated out, and there's very little code in the application itself. You can see I have it all separated out into separate DLLs, not only for testing and things like that, but also for reuse, right? Because whenever I code, I think that code is going to be reused someday. That's just the way I do it. And here's some other ones. And then I'm also using my own open source libraries too. So I want to go over that real quick. Okay, odds and ends, just a few more things. This is one thing that I'm going to thank you for if you do this, and that is, especially with collections, is that if you have a collection and you look at it with, if you stop and look at it with the debugger, that's what it looks like. If you look at the items in the collection, you can just see person, 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 which is really not very helpful. So there is a way to fix this, and that's by using the debugger display. And so if I change it to say, I want the email to show up instead of the previous object name, then I can do that. And you can see that's so much more usable by the developers. So the developer is going to thank you if you start doing that. Always code for globalization. I'm coming up with a new globalization workshop I can do at conferences because this is a big issue I see in every single project I'm on. So I'm not going to talk too much about that. I already talked about resource files. You need to also worry about formatting dates and integers and things like that. Make sure to unit test. You should strive for 75% code coverage, if not more, but at least 75%. You can see, by the numbers I showed you today, that project that I showed you at the beginning of the session, they're far from 75% code coverage. And also perform performance and diagnostics testing, which is something I don't see enough. I'm not talking about, yes, performance of your API endpoints is important, but the performance of the code is important too, and that needs to be worked on. And one of our speakers talked about benchmark.net, which I use. Other things to keep in mind, keep up technology. Like I said, our world changes every day. If you have too much to do, reduce the velocity because we want to produce good, stable, clean, quality code. And so if you're not doing it, reduce your velocity. And of course, I've talked about this already, readability is super important because we all need that. I'm going to go over that. So here's my minimum workflow before I check in code. First, I always use standards and refactoring while I'm coding. And then the next thing I do is I document the code with Ghost Doc, and I make code comments as much as I can. Then I check the code using Visual Studio Analyze and sometimes Endepend. I don't do Endepend all the time, but towards the end of the project I do. And then run unit tests. then commit the code. So if you follow this workflow, this is the workflow I use, where I check in really good code that I hardly get QA talking to me about ever. And because I follow this workflow, and I hope you will too. Right, a couple more slides because we're at time. Code quality is a feature, not an afterthought. Management doesn't care about code quality, so you have to. Okay, so everybody above you really doesn't care about this stuff because it's not a feature and it doesn't make money. So, but you need to be cognizant of it. There's lots of ways of learning code quality: books, community events, online training, websites, tools. Lots of ways of doing it. I write about this, of course, all the time. I'm going to go over that too. All right, so we're at time already. So I hope you go check out my website, .NETtips.com. I have an article out there called Reuse, Reuse, and More Code Reuse. I hope you could check out. There's a couple courses on Pluralsight that I definitely recommend. Clean Code with Corey House and C# Best Practices with Deborah Karada. There's a great video from one of my friends. I hope you go check out. If you want to check out my open source library, it's there. And then, of course, I hope you check out Rockin' the Code with .NET Dave by going there. And with that, thanks for everybody for watching my session. And I'm going to go back. Is there any questions? No questions. Let's see what Rod said. 5 minutes to wrap up. No questions. Okay. So, Simon, I'm going to give me a second. I need to modify something. Okay. There we go. All right. Well, I want to wrap up the conference. This has been another great code quality conference, and I hope you all got something out of it. I know I did, and I hope we are able to bring it back to you next year for the fourth one. I'm curious how many people are going to be watching this one. But before I go, I want to one last time talk about the Voice of Slum. Please go to thevoiceofslum.org and donate to this worthy organization I've been talking about the whole conference. Please go donate. The kids in the slums from Delhi really need your help. I need you to help me help the kids. And the only way to do that really is to go to thevoiceofslum.org and donate money, or you can actually buy clothing and school supplies for the kids and things like that. So I hope you'll go do that, because we have the ability to do that as software engineers, and the kids really need our help. And so after I'm done yapping at you, I hope you'll go to thevoiceofslum.org and donate whatever you can, whatever that is. And the kids will appreciate it, and I will greatly appreciate it. So let's break their website today. Again, don't forget to watch my my show, Rockin' the Code World, next week. My good friend Carl Franklin's going to be on, and we're going to be talking a full hour on Blazor. So if you're interested in Blazor, I hope you go check it out. And one last time, make sure you demand quality in the apps you use, demand quality in the apps you write, and demand quality in yourself. And if you do these three things, I guarantee you, not only will you be happier, but your code will be happier, and so will your users. So, and the users pay the bills, right? So we got to make the users happy. And one last item before I go is, I couldn't do this talk. I couldn't do this conference without these two people. Mahesh, who spoke a little while ago, who's the founder of CSharpCorner. He's allowing me and Simon to do this conference, and so I'm really appreciative to Mahesh for allowing me. I've been talking so fast, I'm running out of steam. I'm really great Mahesh is allowing us to do this so we can help you, help your code get better and all that. And of course, I can't do anything, including on my show, without the great Simon, who's the greatest producer I know, and he's behind the scenes in all these events, and he does an awesome job. And he's up really late at night, like now, doing this to make sure that you can have these kind of great conferences and sessions and things like that. So, are we ready to close, Simon? Just want to make sure. Yep. Okay. With that, I want to thank everybody for coming, and I'm so glad you're here, and I hope you learned something. And I'll see you next year at the Code Quality Conference.